Sup? How's it going, any bit? Not giving this opportunity to fuck. What did it say? To not say hi to me before I go. Well, hi, any bit. I'm sorry for saying hi to you. But I do hope you have a wonderful sleep. Or whatever it is that you're up to. See you later, sexy. I haven't slept in 48 hours. I really suggest you do. Sleep well, man. You deserve it. You deserve some rest. I hope things are going okay with your studies. Love you, man. In one day of dailies in Enfield, you know what that means, bro. You know what that means. Game's over. May as well uninstall. Nah, you'll probably be alright. Yeah. That's what happens when you don't sleep. That's what happens to me at the moment when I do sleep. Yeah, man, just get some rest. You'll feel so much better once you've had some sleep. Everything will feel so much more manageable. Hi, Harrietelle, how are you? Yeah, take care of yourself, Annie, please. We need you. A little bit of Mongil. I'm feeling alright today. I'm obviously very late. I'm quite sweaty, but other than that, I'm actually okay. Yeah, not too bad. I slept like 10 hours again. It's not great, but well, what can you do? We'll see a bit sniffly today. You might be able to hear that. Actual sleep? Yeah, I actually got some sleep last night rather than just like some kind of degenerative hallucinating mess. I know PS5. Unbelievable that he could do that to me. How dare any bit sleep? Right. Let us begin. Let us begin. Oh. Hi. Oh, man. Right. We have Limbus Intervallo. What's it called again? Twining Threads. I have read and looked at zero spoilers and trailers and whatnot for this, so I have no real idea what it's about other than what people have told me, that it's like a bit of a follow-up from 9, and it's concerning these two characters that I've pictured right here. Reward exchange. I haven't actually looked at the Meta ID properly yet. Seen the way that he looks, and I haven't actually looked at his numbers. So he's got sinking on him. 1 bleed count. This is mold color rouge. Rouge. When hit, gain 1 bleed potency for each 3 stacks. Empire +1. This does have 2 bleed count on it, so he's 1, 1, 2, 2. It's the same as Blood Fiend, Measol. Mersu. Plus mold color. Use coin 3. An additional time. Convert all coins to the skill to unbreakable. Awkward. 50% HP. A bit awkward. Bit of an awkward trigger. You have some very strong feelings about the new Radiant. I have no idea what she does whatsoever. So I have negative feelings about her. And hit with the additional coin. It doesn't doesn't look particularly spectacular. Numbers aren't particularly spectacular. But it is the free unit, so it's not really that surprising. He looks fine. He'd be perfectly serviceable if I didn't have Blood Fiend. One more bleed and sinking defense point and super skills. Yeah, I mean, he's alright. I don't really like his design. I'm not a big fan of the ring stuff. Ring stuff, not really it for me. Although, the Faust looks cool. Ring support for others, yeah. Right you are, MSD. Right you are. Right you are. Right, let's do it. I don't really know what to expect with this. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCD researchers today. Oh, shit. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. Never before had I witnessed as many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Measo, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it comes to funeral process and etiquette. All manner of questions or pointers, already setting up that Canto 10. Expressing respect is the primary purpose, and placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the bird pillar to the right. Can any of you quit chattering for a second? You've forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion. Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all of the important parts to you. Sorry, Ishi. Wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Page 30? Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot on that grim manor in T-Corp. Thou speakest at the funeral held in the young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died. Because they wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ufi Association's authorization otherwise. I said this time and time again, but it's just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. This is not the text that I'm used to from you, Ish. This is like Faust text. Jesus. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It's Catherine's funeral. She's very dear to Heathcliff. I've thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified. Manager. Thanks, mate. So, very good of you, my man. Very kind. You can always rely on Measo to do some ridiculous, sometimes unprompted stuff. How thoughtful of you, Measo. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. It's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. Who? Who, MSD? Sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there at the manor. That Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. It's nice to see this again. I felt like we had a startling lack of this in a whole of Canto 9. It's one of the reasons why Canto 9 really isn't my favourite. There was very little like inter-sinner stuff. Yeah, really nice to see this immediately. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote. Not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. As if there's something that he and I realised, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over, every detail gilded, and glossed over with the glow of the bow. I really didn't expect to be talking about Catherine here. I'm not against it. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running off on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will. I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've travelled around quite a bit myself. I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time-offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. And what are other options that people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone. Just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere, just to have them stir up a load of daft rumours, eh? That's so weird. The idea that you just leave a corpse overnight, no matter where it died or whatever, and it's just gone the morning after. Yeah, creepy shit. Rumours? You know, rumours about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis. Prosthesis. All that rot. To let the dead go in peace and to bury them in some grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hong Kong, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Bernheim scoffed, hung his head. Lucio's foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. All those funds are carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the light living with a fragile sense to cling on. Those words from his heart, just something said to convince himself. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face, with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Marton and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with a crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh. Staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said that there's no cause for concern. Hohenheim might be the cause of concern. Some little Gregor experiments. Physically, that is. Psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. And I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Huh? Me? Yes, you. The LCD wants you to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project. It means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. What investigation? What are you... It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. You see what I'm talking about here? Of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation. Do you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... The look on her face! I'm not giving my consent! For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get the boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. Had we allowed them, we'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do is thank us. To thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time. Our researchers are here. Lissa waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own. So just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into a full-blown panic at any minute. What about you? You're going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realised that time off beats research projects in my book. Marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for a PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. That's so fucking brutal, the things that they have to do every year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and carried him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you have somewhere you need to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Anyone's keeping me company now were Reissue. You've been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke. Oh, it's nice to have you back, Reissue. Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vesper in a valiant quest for the new colour fixer's whereabouts. He's a stalker. Us are still here too, staring blankly into the air. We've got the trauma bus today. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? I don't think so. You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and Sinner Reissue. Matter that requires your assistance. Kind of assistance. W-K-O-A says C-H. Says this clockhead. What was it we said? What kind of assistance? What kind of assistance? Yeah, clockhead. Yeah, cockhead. That's the one. Wait a minute. Did Rishi just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever this issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou... if thou knowest not? Now, listen closely. The one I seek is the bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a brow of a bowl. You there. Why don't you join us too? Does thou speak of me? The LCA personnel, who were cornered by Don Quixote in a rather forceful interrogation regarding Vesper's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? Damn. Got her over a barrel. For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth my understanding as well. Prithee, allow me a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Cinerio's shoes. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes that this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and sinner number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my attention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediate, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. Of course he did. Of course he did. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Oh shit. I didn't realise we got Kira alive. What if anyone else survived? Annoying little shit. But she did get done really dirty. You know, maybe we got a bit of time for her. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. The place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of the lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost unreasonable. Hi Awkward Pie, hi Joe. How's it going, guys? Welcome on in. See some awful voices and Limbus 9.5. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are, if this counts as reasonable? He is a great chatter. Well, you're both great chatter. Everyone's a great chatter. A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. Someone recovering from bisection didn't look much different from how she had appeared when I'd seen her through the sinner's shared vision. Yeah, she got real fucked up. I'm surprised she's alive. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes. How far along is the process of extraction? It hasn't begun yet, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that weren't questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analysing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. And what you doing here? There is work to be done, contingent upon information obtainable only from the recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. Following a discussion with the upper management, I've decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare, a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. Now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. Millie gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? The survival is not incidental. It's the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice it to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favour. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. I always had a way with words that could prickle and stink. I think they call that an arse being an arsehole, yep. With Kira, it almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. Dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're going to let me live after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Ah, so you anticipated some form of corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. And I must tell you that unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle. These two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! You've got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and of course procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. It's so frickin' annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. Yeah, he seems to be a bit ruffled, unsurprisingly. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. With that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone who would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I still caught in thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. Ishihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. Matthias? Matthias, I think it was. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did that, exactly that. To aim for the enemy's head. He fucking got nothing out of it. He didn't even scratch him. He didn't even get him. He didn't do anything. He just stabbed you. Stabbed you for an attempt. It was so sad. It was brutal. It was literally the most brutal thing in the canto. Besides, you made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in the family. Family. Coming from him. Middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out. That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. Fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising it's the ST, the bowl cut too. Same taste? Oh, young Ryoshu! Could it be that thou also dost harbour a passionate zeal for fix? I quickly clapped her hand over onto Cody's mouth. She smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ, or I'll SYNC, right this instant. In a while since we've seen a good SYNC. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. SYNC isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually works. Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking weird-ass abbreviations? Like, SYNC? It's so random. Who even says that? Rishi didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. Is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides, no. Better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's because... well, because Papa was weaker than you all. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. We called Hohenheim. We've been waiting outside. Back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you'll find our weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. Ah, you won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Oh, it's the binding thing. Hey guys, I don't know how they made Kira so good. I actually didn't cringe from her slang. Yeah, like Kira really annoyed me throughout Kanto 9.5, but like she's pretty cool in this scene. I'm into it. What the fuck is Narkai saying? Sorry here. Suck. Yo nuts. Bad word. Hi Narkais. A game references aren't aligned with it, that's fine. In many cases, they're at least enjoyable to watch. Okay. I was a missing Limbus Company. It's the Granblue effect. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Hey Boone, how's it going, man? Hey guys, hey Maceling. Hey friends. Yes, so hey Kira. Sorry I missed so many messages. Man, it's nice to be back in the dialogue-y part of Limbus where the characters are interacting with each other. I really missed this. I felt like I missed this from Kanto 9, but like I really missed this. The characters have such good interactions in this game. I'm so happy to see this writing style again. Like, I forgot how good it was. Because like Kanto 9 isn't exactly slop, right? But the writing style is very different. I really miss this. Like, the development of the characters is just by so far my favourite part of this game. Only a few days have passed since our last visit. The place looked markedly different from what we remembered. Got back to work. Mate, I hope you're settling back in okay, and I hope you had a wonderful trip. Intervallo has the best writing in Limbus. I mean, so far, it might be the Kanto 9 effect, where, like, I'm thinking that this is a lot better because Kanto 9's writing, in my opinion, was worse. Like, quite a bit worse. But, yeah, it feels great to be home. Boone was in Japan, but he was stripper taste testing, I'm pretty sure. It's got the Limbus formula. Yeah, like, I love the Limbus formula. I don't really want the Limbus formula to change too much. I don't mind a little deviation from the Limbus formula, but I don't want the deviation to become the norm. Yeah, Boone was a mod for ages. Mostly just to stop being a VIP, I'm pretty sure. Mostly to be VIP immune. It's because Boone hates us now. That's why he wasn't in chat for ages. That's the only explanation. Sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere, and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. It's the only explanation. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets. Wait, have you been away, Boone? I didn't know. That you just hated us. And unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people be? That's a very difficult word to say out loud. Thither? I know what that means, but I can't say it's a common word in writing. Not even in, like, old terms. Thither. Like, almost a V. Thither. Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. A guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. I led an investigation into your mum's back doors last night. Wayfarer Company. Corporate entity partners with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on a prior occasion, been referred to as the new, or aspirant, W Corp, though the name, is an unofficial one. Need Fox teach you how to play? Dude, like, Fox is such a GBF nerd. It's absolutely insane, Boone. Like, he's learnt the entire fucking game. He's an actual crackhead for Granblue Fantasy. An absolute crackhead. Like, he's done. He's absolutely cooked. The guy knows everything about everything in the game. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp. Something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. I remember, the company vying to take W Corp's place, right? Same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as the Wing. Yeah, Fox started playing at exactly the same time as I did. Yeah, he's just been living in DY's chat. Yeah. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. Like, legitimately, like, legitimately, as in, like, he is definitely... I mean, I'm getting way too much sleep at the moment. Fox is getting nowhere near enough. Like, I don't know how the hell he's surviving. As an animal. You can also play, yeah, mate, he can play mine on the side as well. That's great thinking, Bean. And these are the manager and the sinners of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. Yeah, it's absolutely insane, Aratel. I'm capped on Granblue Fantasy. I literally can't gain more rank for about 30 story chapters. Like, my account is actually, like, hard bricked. I understand. Field operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of the door breach team for... Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm. This guy looks like me. Hey man, I'm flattered if that looks like me. He put me in Limbus. Mate, I'll take being Alan. Even if he dies quickly. He looks a bit disposable. Even if he dies quickly, I'd take that. As if my ticking didn't bother him at all. Like he was sticking to a script that he'd rehearsed. Alan! I've heard great things about you, Manager. Manager Dante of Limbus Company and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your product. And the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. But yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. But what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. You're a great interpreter, Faust. You're actually the best. We need you for the interpreting job more often. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. This is your life now, Faust. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with the Hohenheim. Dude on the right looks like my wallet. Do I also look like your wallet? No, guys. Alan Wake? Yeah, it's an Alan Wake reference, but like, oh, too true. He is referring to the Monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director, accompanied by 17 lines of text. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've received the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about whether these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up on the sliver of information. Oh, sorry, she still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk and his room. I mean, seen how Bina hit up that door, and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff. She is like British slang. She's popping out to farm stuff, but oh, it's gathering material. I see. What kind of material? You're asking questions you don't want the answer to, Alan. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. You come back hauling piles of them. They're probably connected to the backstreets area. Backstreets. Any more details? You stop prying? You like keep pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've got. For real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch from Alan. Damn. Holy shit. Thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes around in rude surprise. Okay, maybe Alan isn't going to be a disposable character. What the fuck? Sorry, everyone. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the girl. It's okay. She's like a murderer. I don't know if that makes it okay. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was more the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... Kira reeled from the unexpected strike. Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Now, what manner of discourtesy is this? With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. Dude, Alan's a fucking badass. The animation cancelled her, yeah. Dude. Thanks, Spoon. I've had a really shit month. Thanks, dude. I've had a really sickly shit month. That means an awful lot. Thank you. Hope you had a really good trip. Thank you very much. Thanks, man. Yeah, thanks, man. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Thanks, man. Team leader Alan. This sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Boone, stop. Too much. Thank you. Thank you for giving us subs to Roxas as well. Like, 21 gifted subs is a lot of money. Thank you very much. No, don't need to do that. It's okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. I forgot how humble and awkward that made me feel. Thanks, Boone. Should it happen again? You understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. It needs to know. I know, man. I hope you had a great time. Pan, welcome back. Good to have you back. You were very missed by a lot of people here. Your name got brought up constantly. Like, where's Boone been? Sorry, all the fucking time. My apologies. I'll keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to assault me in the face and walk off scot-free? It's a freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. Punched just now, though. What was that? It exhibited a behaviour that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilised by Wayfarer Company. The old shut the fuck up technique, as it's called in the business. Let us resume the task at hand. It's in a reissue. Give Manager Alan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left. I remember they were marked with an X, painted with blood. But HNI, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. It seems that all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. It's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Corporation's backdoor mapping progress. Every one of their chat active users is subbed. It's really wonderful. I don't know what to say. When I don't know how to phrase this without sounding really conceited or stupid or something, but like, the idea that people come back and keep watching, and the idea that they would just, like, I know it's just a few dollars or whatever, but the idea that they would spend a few dollars, like they would think of me to spend a few dollars on me a month, that really means a lot. But just being here is enough. Like, thanks for being here. Yeah, just thanks for being here. Which means there's a less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past these doors. Being too humble, I don't know, I'm just realistic. I'm just a guy who plays some fucking games. I'm just an old dude playing some games. I appreciate it. I don't know what to say. It's the only thing that lets me keep going. Thank you. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? Well, I love people being here because it means I get to chat with people rather than playing games in fucking silence, like the sad old man that I am. Start with the one the Sinner reissue mentioned. Love you guys. Thank you for being here. Don't trust me at all, huh? Why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Hey man, if there's hope for Kira, maybe there's hope for Engdu. Maybe Engdu will have a good arc where I start to like her. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Young Hohenheim? There's something very wrong about that statement. Like, looking at the two of them. Oh, they're joining us as well, young Hohenheim. Just this once, there are procedures for handing over field operations. Dude, one of the... I think the... Alyssa and Hohenheim putting on ego gear and fighting, that was actually one of my favourite parts of Canto 9. Like, I think that whole section was my favourite part of Canto 9. It's just so fucking epic. It's the idea of these, like... and I'm tearing up. It's the idea of these, like, underpowered researchers just being so fucked off that they mess with their comrade. That they would put themselves in the line of fire when they're obviously too weak to do anything and go above and beyond to, like, perform. That's making me tear up. Stupid. Thank you, Breadstick. Thank you for giving us sub to Gary. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I can make out a room full of statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts. It's so quiet, the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. Freaky things. Thank you, Narcos. That's really nice of you, man. So much. Thanks for giving Bluestorm a sub. Yeah, thanks everyone. I never get any better at this. After a moment, someone shouted the silence. It wasn't Don Quixote, a usual suspect. Holy shit! The scale is just insane! That's the whale from the 8 Association Great Lake! Special issue! Kira, who'd seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? The Indigo Elder was pretty sweet, to be fair. The Great Lake Whale doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified. Outskirts spawn. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not. Though RoboUnc did say that the ring he has these zoos where they put monsters on display live. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display on the side. Clearly surprised in the way that she can knife. Man, this is actually so cute. Like, she is a fucking murderer, right? She is terrifying, but she is also a kid, and like, she's just really, really fascinated by these things. That's so well done. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? No, the second kindred of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the most gruesome side of things, starting with the crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier, an auction house. Alan, we'll be making our exit shortly, prepared to begin lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps close in from somewhere nearby. Turning toward the sound of the shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. So this is obviously the aesthetic of the Meso. A presence. It's kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way. It's not a raid bus we can clear at our level. Gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. I have no idea what gender this is. came from the door. And the house is full wasn't just a baseless rumour. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? Probably. Yeah, probably been. You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognise me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit you as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colours and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, wasn't it? Probably Mel. That's right, Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because of the tactility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with my maestro. I don't think so. I think you know better than that, Dante. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy his time. That lockdown sequence thing. How much longer till it's ready? And Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Yelling about it is really doing well for Ryoshi's plans, no doubt. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members an incense glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is, by nature, a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw where she was looking, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, it seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshi's blade, of course. Arayashuki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving. It won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. Is it improbable that they will allow us to return? It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses. Ryoshu is a wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Locke. Think of that woman as Lei Heng, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Oh, confusion flickered across Arayashi's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Arayashiki no longer exists. So why? Why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough. Oh, huh. Maestro, it is a... I guess it is female. I would have said Emile Benoit, very male name, but I guess not. I guess maybe it's Emile. I don't know, Emile. Loose swing of her arm. So this is the Rhodian, probably, the Rhodian ID. I haven't looked at any of the IDs. But it was enough to make Ryoshi recoil. A shadow of surprise across her face. Yeah, French. Emile Benoit. Wound looked like nothing more than a light gash. Yet the Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshi's arm and her own as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. Well, that isn't the ID. Ah, right, I got you, Boone. I haven't seen the... I probably won't. Well, maybe I will, Roxas, I don't know. I haven't seen the Rhodian ID, so I have no idea. I avoid Limbus spoilers like the plague, IDs, anything. I don't touch them. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student, and they'll give you the same predictable answers. Deadly venom, sleek scales, why it's lamentably disappointing. The Maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty, and seized the beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain in the jaw, bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire the structural refinement. The thrice coiled ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint. The walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The Maestro plunged her arm into a long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the Nurse Fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time that a piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready yet? 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. The one who intercepted the blow. Shit. It's Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, over someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. You must be the new kit Matthias stuck in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it. They're definitely going to ditch me here. Why did I even... Heh. Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. So the behavioural facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful, to be sure. Shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks. Now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assumed a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? This is a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate break lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. I was like, damn, Dawn's really stepped up her game. She's... I'm shocked that we're like on a kind of more even footing with these guys now. No, not at all. Hi, Misa. How's it going? This is really good so far. Yeah, really good. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve this organic remnants of sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it, for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realised that the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. Such a dumbass. What was I thinking? Diving in like that. Aww. You, don't just stand there. Get over there, now. But these guys are gonna come flooding in. If I... You, TTM, want to get cleaved in half again. You pin this on me later. You're gonna pay. Blocking the maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two backdoors before the maestro could cross over. All cut. Think you can still use your arms? Fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Oh yeah, of course we can summon the sinners, can't we, from other places? I completely forgot. Huh? I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. Otis, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me. Oh man, that was awesome. I've already had more good content out of 9.5 than 9. I'm just gonna throw it out there. These I feel like this Intervallo is gonna be better than the whole of Canto 9. This is just a rando fight, right? I think probably. Yeah, the LCB. I just like anytime that there isn't like character banter, I am less interested in the game. Like, I don't mind the whole like power scaling thing. It's all right, but like what I really want is just like inter-sinner development and like some of the side characters as well. Really fun. Oh, I didn't realize we got Kira with us. I'll have a look through her shit in a second. Holy shit, she's got a 5-coin attack. Violet breaking slam. I love how she has like English voice lines on her abilities because she's like superhero obsessed, right? Or she's like that kind of thing. I mean, she's a kid. Violet breaking slam. What the fuck does that mean? What is a violet breaking slam exactly? Hello, Ellie. How have you been? Oh, I'm so sorry you've had power outages. . 2 heroes from 8 association is British. Ah, 2 heroes from 8 association is British. 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 Let's have a look at. Let's have a look at her. He's level 65. She still has like, I remember some of these attacks from when she was totally badass ass kicking. Crossing dervish. Thermal blades off. Ah, look at this. The middle styled is crossed out at 2+ augmentation tattoos. That's cool. That's really, really cool. The middle styled augmentation tattoos crossed out. Yeah, everything, all the middle on her kit is crossed out. That's sick. Gain 2 grudge. Great job. Great job, Kira. Fuck the middle. She can be part of the family. I've gone past my hate for Akira. Fuck the middle, and I don't want them to forget it. I like the middle. The middle are fun. But like, Kira's had a pretty shit life. I felt like the way she got treated in Kanto 9 was rough. I actually felt so sorry for her. It made me feel like, what's his name? Middle guy was like the worst of all of those villains, even though like they were all horrific. Yeah, Matthias. That was a guy who deserved an on-camera death. It's just like one of the dirtiest things I think I've seen in Limbus Company. Limbus Company has showcased a lot of really, really dire shit. But there was something that just really hit me about the way that he treated her. Like in her final moments. That was fucked, man. That was so fucked. I was genuinely like, what the shit? Girl is like your kid. What the hell is wrong with you? It really showcased like why even the middle fucking hate him or hated him and like cast him out. Imagine being such a villain that like an absolutely horrific villainous syndicate thinks you're a fucking bad dude. This one, you mean Bloodfiend Mercer? Or the new bleed ID? Cassetti, I love Cassetti Mercer. He's like one of my favorite IDs in the whole game. I really like Cassetti. Cassetti is like probably my favorite villain in the entire game. He's just like so he's so relatable while completely insane. And I love the voicing of him. Sinclair's voice actor, isn't it? You voiced Cassetti? You voiced him so fucking well in the rerun, in the bot gag. Read enemies next time. Ah, okay. Shit, I should have looked at that. I got obsessed with Kira to the point where I forgot. Welcome back, Ellie, by the way. It's bad when literally everyone else present, including his enemies, thought it was a scope. Everyone's just like, dude, come on. Everyone has lines. Everyone has a line. Where the fuck is yours? Like, what the hell? It was the way it was portrayed as well. Because I would get it if it was like, oh, he has a good shot here. Like, he has a good shot against him. But it was just some random opportunity that didn't, like, even begin to pay off. It was nowhere near. He just took the shot, and there wasn't even a second thought of it. Like, it wasn't even a good shot. It was just nothing. The way that they really pushed that, they hammered that home as well. That he accomplished fucking nothing from it, like absolutely nothing, and he didn't care in the slightest. So fucked up. Like, they really did a good job of like showing how little he cared. Yeah, it was just pointless and petty. Like, he at no point in his mind did he think that that was going to be a fatal blow. Like, that was going to be something that would incapacitate him. He just did it to try to land a near pointless hit. Like, insane. Absolutely insane. Events of this nature won't be frequent. Sorry, I missed a line of text, didn't I? I got too excited. It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that. We wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Damn, Kira's got all the lingo. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't going to trust me? Weirdos. I don't know how it's pronounced in the text, but like Matthias, that's how you pronounce Matthias generally. I have a feeling that in the Korean text it's pronounced like Matthias, but I don't know. It's one of those weird things where like the way it's going to be pronounced in the text might not actually be correct because it's like an English name or like a Western name. I don't know. No idea. It's pronounced Matthias. It's pronounced Matthias in the text, but then, like, as we've talked about a lot recently, sometimes in, like, in Eastern writing, they use Western names, and they don't get the Western names right because they can't pronounce them easily. So, like, it's really kind of hard to say. It could be either. Like, you could literally say either, and it wouldn't really make a difference. It's why, like, getting funny about, like, the pronunciation of names is a bit weird. We would have opened them all at the end of the day, SD. What was it the other day? What was it? Oh, it was Granblue. There's a character in Granblue called Ange, but the Japanese pronunciation is like Ange. But it's like very clearly Ange because it's French for angel, and she's meant to be a French character. They kind of get their own translation wrong when they speak lines of text. SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's W-A. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task. The mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. Dude, Alan's a bit of a badass, I feel like. I guess you don't get to this position without being a bit of a badass. Ricardo noticed Matthias in terms of morality. Yeah. I think he's a great bad guy. I think Matthias, whatever you want to call him, great bad guy. Really, really great villain. I loved the villains I loved a lot of the villains in Canto 9. I think they were part of the highlight. I think I was more let down by the actual like LCCB crew in a lot of the cases. And the home team. The villains were fun. I kind of sad that a lot of them were like discarded so quickly. I think a lot of them were pretty fun. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated for this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door on an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. Look at him smiling. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. These Falvis won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. He's saying more might come? Corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. And those Falvis beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. They've got that much history. They must know many back doors, with the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshu was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely that they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. Eh? You could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Falvis Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they'll need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. Oh, wrong voice. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. Situation? The logical scope of concerns will be identifying the organisation that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Sorry, Boone. Sorry, everyone. I know my excellent voices are all very different, so, like, you know, I'm sure it was very noticeable. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Rishi lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown, and that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint! 'Twas seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it was pleased at all. It wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshu was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshu, is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those. Nor is it a sentient sword. Oh, SS, sentient sword. Makes sense. This presents a fine opportunity. That's a really nerdy term, by the way. Sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, team leader Alan. Obviously, nerd Hohenheim is interested in the sentient sword. Hello, Zemby. Hey guys, please feel free to go ahead. The attack has just now damaged some devices. We're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while we are away too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate. Dude, this canto, I'm calling it canto. This canto is banging. I can't believe Canto 9 got delayed for another 4 months. Insane. I love Canto 9. Weird they don't have it voiced. It's strange. They usually voice their cantos. But then that Intervallo that came before it, like, I guess that was voiced instead. Maybe they got mixed up. They got confused. Onan brought us to what would look like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. This is Kira's canto, yeah. No, this is Ryoshu's canto. I don't know what the last canto was, but it definitely wasn't Ryoshu. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is the forward base constructed by Limbus Company, following Operation Spider Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Regular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11's sign and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners. A gaggle of geese. A gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. So I've heard the term gaggle used twice before. One is obviously the dictionary definition of it, which is a group of geese. The other one that gets used sometimes in this country is a gaggle of C words. It's a collective term for a group of see you next Tuesdays. It tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. I mean, a gaggle, apparently. Apparently, Nick Rogers. Hohenheim. How long will the examination take? Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded. The analyzer device should be available for the relic now. It means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at least, at the latest. Scabbard rattled again against the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. Almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Hi, 3Fuzz. It's really nice to have you back, by the way, Ellie. I'm so glad you got internet again. I'm sorry if you've had so many weeks of shitty internet and whatnot. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. How to get Sinclair then? Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair. He was getting bombarded with questions when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vesper Crabro. I don't know if we knew his last name before. Vesper Crabro. The Crab Bro himself. With a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped to his back. Snack? Thief? Manager. Charon's snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. Berg. Kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Charon, super sulky mode engaged, not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep, beep, mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. We should have a Verg like. I'll see at some point if I can get that. That's a great sound. That's a great sound effect. Like that groan, that pained groan. Charon forgives this time. Charon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Julius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Charon peeled the snack thief sign off Vesper's back. I woke up 4 hours ago. I feel like sleeping again. Overslept and my head hurts like shit. What to do? Sounds like you might be sick, sir. I would rest as well as you can. Drink water. Drink water is a great suggestion. Drink water is a pretty good coverall. Relatable work grain, yeah. You're sick since you were born. That's only in the head, my friend. Try to keep your physical body good. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vesper gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off of another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute. I was saving that for later. I assume you were being picky. Well, now you know. I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too, Verg. Kick his ass. Rodion Romanovich. I am aware. The red eyes have come out. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well. chill. That's totally been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that, and this is this. Oh. That's that, and this is this, you say. Lines of Achilles' brow look deeper than usual today. She said the thing. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Those darn tiki-talkies. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Sorry to break up the party here, guys. And the Library of Ruiner line drops, but like, did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited inaccessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been in its existence. Searching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. That's the point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Demian and Sanson? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Just summon Future's Trunks from Dragon Ball Z to come back with his katana and slice people up and then duel Goku and have him parry him with his fingers? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Roger gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right. Sinclair from the future said that each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Chroma, Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it. Aye! That does seem plausible. Thanks, Don. So none of that is information we can confirm yet? Aye! That does seem plausible. Correct. As you have stated, any discussions of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. Potential man. This is, at best, grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. You see, then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? I mean, I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. The better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should be worried about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood. Small skin sample. Oh, and they were checking to see if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said that they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case, Sinclair is merely a one branch among many possible futures. Oh god, here we go. This future unfurls into boundless branches of by means of ceaseless bifurcation, and the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that it now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again. More of that nonsense, only you lot understand. Oi! Memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick he picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that mang technique quite effortlessly too. What? A glowing ring thing? Yep, glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? that glowing ring thing. I just tried to understand this looks at live for 25 minutes. Wait, which line? Bellico? Sorry? One of these in here. Which one, sorry? You sang, oh, this one. The future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? The future unfurls. So if the future expands out into boundless branches, into an endless number of strings like multiverses, by means of ceaseless bifurcation. By means of constant splitting, constant dividing. Then the body of information that constitutes a certain future, what makes a multiverse, a specific multiverse, would disappear into nothing. So you get rid of. You destroy multiverses by them not coming to pass in the first place. Too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to their self and now exists. Yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense. It's just very Yi Sang, right? Yeah, something will get lost between carrying it further. Yep, exactly. This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. All right, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough's one part of it, but there's got to be more, right? Dunno. Could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique, yeah, something like that. Look at it. That black coney leader, that lay-hang prick, and the nurse fathers we fought. A lot of them's finger, ain't they? Notion seems to unravel, even among the LCD. There were those who came to wield it. Vigilius too. So, what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Great Heathcliff. Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze toward Vigilius and Vesper. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of shit, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumours, though they are all without proper sources. Rumours? They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership. There exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. Rumour among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique that manifests it, how-to tips, really. Spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid? Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed. Okay. Oh yeah, that tracks. The super rookie column in the latest mag bonus video. Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farm with that shiny mang wrapped around a weapon. Welcome back. Yeah, Breen's back. Kira. Damn, so based, Kira. So based, mate.
must be that my eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in the video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it. Videotape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, relieving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me! When I return, I shall feast through the night upon the noble exploits of adventuring fixers.
Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection. Otis cut through the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. Idiots. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation, and depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego that you use.
You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind?
I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume that we could make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. According to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training.
Vesper's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Vigilius's lips.
Yeah, doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Yeah, I mean, well, he didn't pick it himself, did he? Poor Yellow Harpoon, the piss harpoon himself. R.I.P. man. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes. And he uses the harpoon too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yi Sang's pre-contract self could manage to learn it.
Why must this sense of self of mine be chosen at this point of comparison?
Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance.
Yeah, like Future Strikes.
Shame that. Would have been useful. Thanks, Heath.
Hey, what about me? Can I learn it too?
Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse fathers didn't use any Shin or Mang.
Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that.
It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Nice, Vesper. Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. Well said, bro. Vesper's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. Oh. It's hard not to feel sorry for her, but she is a fucking mass murderer. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes. You will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence.
I already said I get it.
As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable before the manager and sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line, and you will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Vigilius said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCA researchers, yeah. left us to plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. Sorry, guys. You know what happens when I play Limbus? I miss a load of chat. Vesper is so goddamn fine, bro. True. Who gave him that haircut? I think it kind of suits him. He's like, okay, so he seems like a guy who just doesn't really give a fuck about a lot of things. He only cares about things that really matter. So I think it really fits him that he isn't like super invested in like giving himself a name. He isn't super invested in the way that he looks. Like someone else has probably organized the way that he looks for him. He seems like he's got his mind on bigger things. And also food, essentially. Feels like the writers got tired of the Shinmang power scaling discussions. I'm really happy about it, Ellie. I'm really happy to see this because I was worried it was going to go down a very like shonen-y route from here on out with the Kanto 9 stuff. So it's really nice to see them be like, we don't really know how it works that much. You know what? Like it's just something you summon out when you can do it. Other times you can't do it. Like it kind of is what it is. Let's move past it and have some dialogue. Finally explaining shit for people who only play Limbus and never seen these terms before. Yeah, indeed. Like I haven't got any real experience of any of this stuff. I've just seen it used, and it's kind of hype, but like it's very like power scaling-y, isn't it? Didn't have a wiki open when playing Kanto 9 to check those terms. I didn't. I was just like, oh, it's that thing again where they make rings, and then people in chat were like, actually, it's this, and I'm like, I don't care. Vespa has quite a short temper when it comes to fingers and syndicates. Yeah, he fucking hates them, right? That's the Karakuma clan, yeah, indeed. He clearly has a little bit of spite towards them. But now we're just working together. Not contesting the decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened about LCE. The examination is concluded. It's good. Like, it's really nice to have a variety of different characters, you know, that all have their own ambitions and their own motivations. That's one of the things that makes Limbus Company very special. Everyone has their own kind of raison d'etre to be fancy and yeah. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. Before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshi returned. It's me being a pretentious prick, being Craven, let's be honest. No one says things like raison d'etre without being at least French. Yeah, I'm showing off. It's because I've got all of my like civilized Limbus watchers here. I've got to show you my knowledge and involvement in the story. To present the conclusion first. No, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Rishi's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. The scabbard has its own will. Does that mean that the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Good assumption. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero, given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labelled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Master Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Rosina Ryoshi's memories. Oh, again, that too is merely a possibility.
far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. Hunter, helmsman, fuck. I can't remember what Triple H stands for. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim, nah. He can't be the original Triple H. The game. He can be... He's just Hohenheim, isn't he? Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut, as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he constructed in our conversation. Alright, then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. I've never heard Triple H being used for Hohenheim before. It's actually pretty good. I appreciate that. We're going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving. It was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on their conversation. Araya? Really, mommy? Where are we to go? Ah, right. Sorry. Forgot that the rest of you weren't with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. She was like, and me. And me. Prisoner of war. Executive manager. Talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah? Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. They're really pushing it home on her. Like, literally everyone is just like, yeah, you fuck up. You fuck up, you're going to the glue factory, young miss. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. Didn't know Kira was a horse girl. Hey, like, Ryu has made it very clear that, like, the term horse girl is tenuous. Like, really anything is open to a gluing at any point. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hand shot up in a moment. Shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, executive manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. I have your indispensable self proceed, with only a handful of soldiers under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. Probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. Research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall yet join you once I have found closure. Once it has found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. Poor Radiant. When are we getting more Radiant stuff? Like, every time we get a Radiant snippet, it's her like shitting on herself. I will follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. But now, I should go see Alan then again. When is it Radiant's turn to get some like closure on her demons that haunt her? Maybe never? Poor Radiant. Yeah, only in Mirror Worlds can she find inner peace. Damn, they really took on board that people wanted more like dialogue. They really did, didn't they? They were like, damn, we don't like how this is deviated from the standard Limbus fashion. They were like, it's okay. We haven't forgotten. Here you go. Here's a million lines of fucking dialogue for you between the sinners. And you know what? I'm here for it. You arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery.
The next step would be to enter the alternate door that you mentioned, but...
Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff.
Huh? Gatekeeping? You saying you have more to tell about the gate doors?
Yep. The door over there. Pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in all hyped about some can, whatever it is. That wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle. I'm gonna go in there to cross out vengeances. What the book said, it's probably a turf protected by the Thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door, Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Alan character roughed her up from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. So true, Otis. So true. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know?
Alright then. Based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him, flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Alan actually caused a bug where he would appear in Canto H due to another knock. Sharing a file name? Really? That is a really random fun fact. That's a cool fact as well. Thanks for that, Supreme Butler. Huh. He would appear in Canto H due to another knock sharing a file. That's weird. Albina geeked off the suicide in a can. He's with N-Corp. Next, when we see Sonya, yeah, maybe Sonya's with N-Corp. Yeah. I mean, he is with N-Corp, but maybe he'll be there next chapter. I imagine all of those guys will come back the next canto. We'll probably see a lot of those like loose ends tied up, or maybe not tied up, but expanded upon. Peak Limbus files, indeed. If she gets her own pop-up moment, I'm sure she will. I'm sure she'll get something going on. I'm sure Yi-Sang will too. I mean, Yi-Sang had his one. He had his one moment. Right? Like, in fairness, like, nobody got cucked as hard as Sinclair by Damien. Nobody had it as bad as Sinclair. Sinclair really needed something. Poor guy. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say something about these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door as Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshi suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door feels familiar. You recognize the door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshi stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. Boy. It's creepy. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now, could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Patient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. Heathcliff is truly like the our D&D party doesn't have a thief, so who's going to go into that door first scenario. Thankfully, it's always the barbarian. And that barbarian is always Heath. And this place is, judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. Every sod walking here is dragging some animal along. Means they got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk, the past Ryoshi mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Rough, man. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door that's connected to a park. We can go right now. Rish's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. It was her as a kid? Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike the young Ryoshu. Don. Tact. Come on. Hey, clock. Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on. You know it's not something I can control. G. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshi's past. This time, though, the memories seemed to manifest for everyone around. Just like what we experienced at H-Corp. With Honglu. Which probably means... Why are you all staring at me? It's so random. What the hell? Did you not just see that just now? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Dayu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. It does make sense. Was that adorable hound-like companion of old young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. First ever leash. Looking back at it, it might have been kind of fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal! How can such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why. There was this day that Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? O.C. It was me. What a pointless abbreviation. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. Saru or Sir Squirrel? Probably Saru. Saru has a pretty large size advantage, also Sir Squirrel. I mean, Sir Squirrel didn't really stand up to lightning. That's the only kind of gauge we have of Sir Squirrel's power level. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would gift me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called a beast bone blade. A tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. So brutal, man. Boone, thank you. That's so kind of you to gift us up to Ellie. Thank you, Boone. Thank you. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy with that Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That Tanto was alive. SS. Sentient sword. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. A right nutter, that psycho. Her eyes were... Oh, it's so weird. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and it felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after hearing all of that. Why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest. If you've seen something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks was also cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse fathers. So maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all of that. But yeah,
That stuff never gave me art vibes, for real. For real, for real.
I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste.
Now, finest appeal in those grotesque creations?
From what you've told me about Callistro, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, there's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all.
Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell. How'd you end up getting used to that kind of thing?
Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callistro's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for... The scabbard moved, and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled. There was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares, in the house of spiders.
There was actually someone who got scared of the ring back, doing stuff back in your day?
I need to check on something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Sorry, I'm freaky today. Yeah, let's. Sorry. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. Hey Marsh. Hey Marshmallow. How's it going? Hey Proeg. Hey Katakuri. Hey guys, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day. The cravester is here. He is here. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. Pete, thank you so much for gifting us up to Marshmallow as well. Appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Saving some others from ads. Thank you from the pre-rolls. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. I'm not subbing next month. I'm going to scalp one from Boone Craving. Boone can gift me one. I'm tired of subbing. Understandable. Right here, there used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went around fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Oh. Mummy? What's wrong? Over there. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mummy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it'd never truly reach her. I see. This hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryoshi's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here?
Startled, Hero pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. You need this VA in R99. Hey, like R99 has loads of great voice actors. Loads and loads of great voice actors. I used to read through all of the side things. Mate, I still remember the oh god, what's she called? I remember the scene, but not her name. Rubushka. The man, I cried so much. I cried so much, probably the most that I've cried on stream at Rubushka's like non-voice chapter. She was talking about like sharing a grave with her parents. Like that was fucked up, and it was so sad. It was like one of the saddest things I think I've ever read. It was so like gut-wrenching. Rough. I can't appreciate an artist's experimental works. Yeah, I mean, like, you've got to give people the benefit of the doubt, don't you? How's it going, Aries? Those ring assailants from before.
Didst thou not say thou hast sealed the door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more?
They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route. Another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the ring nurse father's artworks. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out.
Wait, but I thought Robounk was washed.
This fucking lingo, man.
Wait, but I thought Robounk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here.
Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they're of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labelled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on the description plaques. Pretty unsavoury. They may be occupied with transporting these objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Idris is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. Radio didn't buzz with Sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Corporism was watched. Yeah, must be that. Lose it? I don't really know. I don't really know what they're doing. They're doing whatever budding artists do. Edie does some pretty fucked up things, and she isn't into corpse art, so I'll have a look at these this time. I think she's the same again. I really love that she has all of the middle crossed out on all these passives. Bleh. There are beasts that fall in and out of vogue within the school of Fauvism, yes, but a true artist must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underdrawing which best represents their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast, as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. The first step is always but a single animal. With every quest for art and verity, another beast is layered atop the previous specimen. Okay, we did our due diligence. The win rate button looks real shiny right now. It certainly does, sir. It certainly does. I don't take the win rate button for granted because it wasn't really that long ago when I had to like
manual a lot of these random fights in Kantos. You're good? Enjoying Reverse 99. 2.5 anniversary. Unfortunately, I did stop playing Reverse 99. This is sad, but I got tired of a lot of the stuff that I didn't want to do in the game for the stuff that I did, and even the story that I enjoyed. I didn't enjoy it. I only enjoyed like certain chapters. I did really enjoy them, but there were a lot of the chapters that just didn't really interest me very much. Like what's she called? Matilda's mother, Beryl. Like Beryl, for instance. The Beryl chapter I really hated. Like it was beyond a chore to read through it. It was awful. It was like so abstract, it just isn't to my taste. And like all of the side story stuff in that game, all of the side game stuff in that game just kind of started driving me crazy. Yeah, I stopped playing Reverse 99 unfortunately. But I enjoyed my time with it. I played it for almost a year. Thank you for following, Supreme Butler. That's very kind of you. Western Canto 4. Oh god, yeah. Like a lot of the stuff in Reverse 99 just isn't really to my taste. It's really nice that it's all voiced, but unfortunately the voicing for me doesn't save it from the fact that it's way too abstract. While it does have chapters that are really fun and really great reads, like really great experiences, it also has quite a lot. It's probably about 50-50 that I'm not really that interested in. Yeah, I mean it doesn't actually force you, right, Ellie? It's all in your mind. But I'm big on like if I'm not playing a game like slightly actively, if I'm not doing some dailies on it at least every day, then I'm not as invested as I want to be in the game, and I found myself like really not wanting to do the activities anymore. So I could have just left it and waited for story, but I might just like, I don't know, in like a year or so, or 2 years maybe, I'll log back in and play through all the story that I'm missing. I'm pretty sure that I'm not missing out on any of the side game modes or anything like that. I don't really care for the combat that much. I don't think it's particularly interesting combat. I'm literally just there for the story, and I'm not even there for all of that. But some of it is great. Some of it's really great. Gregor X Rodian, most possible ship in Limbus. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably true. I don't think it's that possible though. I don't think it's very likely. But yeah, maybe. The sinners are weird, right? Because like they're also traumatized. I could see if these were real people and these were real situations, real working conditions and whatnot. I could see some like a lot of the sinners taking solace in one another's company. To put it as respectfully as possible, because they all lead such traumatic lives and have lived such traumatic lives. That a semblance of closeness would probably be just an absolute like port in the storm. I don't think that's unreasonable to say. Take solace in Vigilis's company. I'm sure Vigilis would be a fine drinking partner. First time I played R99, the English voice actors really threw me off. They sounded too anime. Yeah, that got a lot better over time. The early English voice acting is really shaky in Reverse 99. They obviously didn't give much direction to the voice actors. There are times where the voice actors even flip between accents. I remember some voice lines specifically where Sonedo goes from her standard Sonedo accent to a like British accent, where she obviously had to, she voiced some lines separately where she had different direction for the voice acting. But it does get a lot better. I think the voice acting is a real real draw in Reverse 99. As is the art style. I think both are gorgeous. Everyone's traumatized. Heathcliff lost. Yeah, somebody, some guy. Rodian got gambling trauma. Like, everyone has the most immense trauma. Like, they're all completely fucked. And like, it's a very common real world thing where when you have a lot of shared trauma and, you know, trauma of your own as well as the immense amount of shared trauma that the sinners have built up between them, that it would be very likely that some of them would have had romantic and probably sexual relations at some point, just because, like, it's just the way humans work. But obviously, you know, that's not really a thing. It doesn't have to be a thing in an anime, in like an anime-esque style experience. With this, last of the Ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryoshi kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other Ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from? Anyway, weren't just the first wave? I had more of those sorts legging it in from the back, like they've been lurking somewhere else. Lingus will get English voice actor in 10 years, I doubt it. I don't think it needs it, to be honest. I don't think it really needs it. The Korean voice acting is so good in this game. I don't know if I would want it. It would be weird. It would be a weird experience. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? A room resembling a shopping mall, one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We're planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloguing the notable characteristics of these corridors and all the connection loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seems to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snaps out of it, like she'd just been locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... Oh, her downcast expression. I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it are fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshi in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle. Kim Ji-hoon told you himself. Holy shit, Nick. That's awesome, man. That's so awesome. When did you have that phone call? Like last night? Source. I made it the fuck up. That is a great source among the gaming community. I have to deal with that source quite a lot. I'm like, so where did you hear this from? And they're like, well, trust me, bro. Alright, show off, Boone. We don't want to hear it, mate. I've been to Korea fucking days ago. You been to anywhere else recently, mate? You wanna share with us? You wanna boast about? Heck, he swore at everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Caruso. Oh yeah, me too. I was the table. Fret not. I espied thither half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. Not talking about my toy box, Kay. I had hella many of them anyway. What? My TV's gone. Couch too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. But if that was a delusion, where do we know where the delusion came? How do we even know you went to Korea or Japan? How do we even know you're alive, B? Are you real? Are you AI? Am I AI? Is this a simulation? Oh, dude, there's some really freaky research. Like, in seriousness, there's some really freaky research at the moment where, like, scientists are genuinely, like, trying to prove that the world is in essence, a simulation. Due to our perception not actually being a real thing. Like, the way that we perceive the world is not really real. I don't know how to put it into good words because I'm not a scientist. But there's genuinely, like, research into that at the moment. It's really fucking trippy to read. Really weird. Oh, those LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. Yeah, the world might be AI slop. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah, indeed, it's extrapolating from that, Capisaur. But there's like some really serious research into like perception and how perception is not actually, like, it's not only not reality, as you know, we already kind of know, but it's like not even real. So like the way that everyone perceives the world is so incredibly different that there is no actual like conjoined sense of reality. It's so trippy to read through. It's the sort of stuff that's probably not good to read. Yeah. I actually don't even want to think about it, Cavisaur. I don't even want to think about it. It's too, like, it goes too deep and it's too existential. It freaks me out a little bit. Oda seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. At least you got a nice piece of meat, Gundam, to control. If you're lucky, someone else can control your piece of meat. Nice. No, I put the cartridge in the wrong way around. That's where I went wrong this whole time. I forgot to plug a controller in. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they've become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you all about what I know. So come this way if you want in. These two doors here are made from paper and wood. They connect to S Corp. And that one reinforced with steel? That one leads to V Corp. Back streets, where, having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Hira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've got to say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains are either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using back doors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer superiority over the current W Corp, take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you've provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers of our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep them secured. The secured path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of those precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well. Let's take a look at the last door. Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my one of my clock hands. This one connects in somewhere to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Where does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. Is that place in it? That port ship that has Salon du Moilo. That private hair salon. Oh no. Uh-oh. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him.
Ooh. Doth it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious?
Quit it with that luscious nonsense, Lash. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake?
Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge?
Ah, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore.
Sweet. Then can I use them? We were regulars at the Moilo place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle firm for a favour, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. I gave away hair coupons every 10 visits, you see, so what am I even yapping about all excited?
Kira, who'd seemed really ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause, like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as low as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's also true that these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me well, so why's it gotta be so complicated? Tyus gave you an anesthetic BC.
Heck's a BC?
Oh, cut, obviously.
Bro, listen.
Bro, listen. Like I said, it's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Rishi seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira's correcting her acronym. Yeah, it's reminiscent of Ayasha. Ayasha? Oh god, my brain. Ayasha. Don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough. Yeah, I just combined letters together until I found the right name. Sometimes I have to do that I'm so bad with names. Sometimes I just have to say things, like say syllables in my mind until I stumble across it in my head. So it's like, oh yeah, that's the one. Ricardo, surely Ricardo would take Kira under his wing, surely. Good night, Marshmallow. Take care of yourself. Thank you for dropping by. Much love. Hope you're taking care of yourself. Sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with reissues acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. Your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager. She has one tasteless sense of humour. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. First, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. You know, all of that conflict with the trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, like, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk to him about a mutual subject, so... Tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learnt this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave. You know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him, same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day,
I realised that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. And thou sayest? Pray tell, was there aught that changed thy perception of that man? That I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I'd never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me a video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, "I'm off to school, Dad," in that video. So I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't. As Kira went on, Ryoshi's confidence in her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshi didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said that she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. That's probably, what's his tits? Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like that. Wait, it kind of makes more sense. Yeah, it must have been an academy, not a school. Lychee low-key deserves a better mentor. Valentino is... Oh shit, yeah. Wait. Yeah, she did. Because she uses the word academy. It wasn't like, oh, she's figured out what he's saying. She actually understood the words that he was saying. Oh, they skipped the translation, you think? It gets redundant. Yeah, maybe they did that. I think they have done that in the past. Yeah, I really liked Valentino. I thought Valentino was an excellent villain. Absolute scumbag, and yeah, really, really great job. Again, I really like the villains in Kanto 9. I thought they were done super well. Really hateable. Really, really hateable. And that in itself is impressive. Like, getting you to actually hate a villain, like when we have seen so much villainy in so many games and so many medias, like various medias and stuff, it's actually really hard nowadays. Academy of Art. Rishi muttered a few words, as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. I mean, that's why they're very easy to hate, Ellie. In my opinion, that's why they're very easy to hate, because they're well written. I don't find it easy to hate villains because, like, usually with villains in most games and things, I'm just like, yeah, they're obviously bad guys, you know, like, it's pretty obvious they're bad dudes. They're summoning an evil god, or they're trying to take over the world, or they're trying to find revenge for something that happened a long time ago. It's all pretty overdone, and like, yeah, it's like, yeah, they're the villain. But yeah, some of those villains in Kanto 9 they were great. They were really great. They really made me go, whoa, holy shit. These are bad dudes. These are really bad dudes. And after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff, a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Ugh. Then lightly smacked me upside the head with a scabbard. Thank God it was lightly. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find out our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest's formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rien and his pointless... But it is true, there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide, I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an academy of art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, of what is right and wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me. I think that's missing a word. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to the lecturers and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporist techniques. Now, take a good look at the diagram here and the mannequins below it before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram and... I don't know why we're even learning about corporist stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of this slog is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make a colour that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, that's why this washed up movement is even... Why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? Just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's... Yeah, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow, only because you guys are bad at it. What? Oh, you mad because your daddy's a lame corporist? Or is he? No wonder his stuff is just as... Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids, and that's that. And all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, Warlock! Hey, buddy. You're home early. Oh, man, you must have been playing rough today, huh? You've got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about my class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl! Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Gotta go get a carton of cigarettes. Why don't you just sit tight and work on a colouring book? Dad'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't saying what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn to respect you unless you beat it into them. Ha. Only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you. Then the story would have ended there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean... Oh, this is the first time she stopped herself saying Papa. Papa, I mean... The middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family. That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah. And he did what he did in the end. Huh? Haha! There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Sad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it. But I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah. There are so many snivelling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone would agree that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't get much use for that sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal! Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I've eyed out another academy worthy of your talents. It's a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. I don't wanna... Yoshihide? I don't want to go to an academy. I don't want to go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety because I was worried about... I don't remember what, but I do remember that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshi's recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshi patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the Golden Bough itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. For everything we know, the Ring Nurse Father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. I'm not sure about that, honestly, Otis. Huh? Yeah. Didn't know that Robounk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted, and even got angry on your behalf. Yeah, like, from what I've seen, Callisto might have treated her the best of all of the nurse fathers, which is fucked up. Which is so fucked up. Like, he actually seemed to take a genuine interest in her, like, as a child, and her wants and desires. Also that, he's the only one who didn't hurt her directly. Yeah, but he's a complete fucking nut job. I mean, that really says it all, doesn't it? He's a complete fucking, like, insano murderer, like psychopath. Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. Like, he did also make a bone blade from her dog with its eyes in. But, like, I think he probably genuinely thought that was a nice gift because he's so fucked up. He's so unbelievably fucked up. Like, to that was probably like an incredible gift. Like, an absolutely incredible gift. Yeah, Saru.
Callisto, like during a lot of Canto 9, I didn't really like Callisto very much. But from the like flashbacks in this chapter and also in this Intervallo and the Canto, he got made out to be quite an interesting villain. He was probably my least favorite of the villains in Canto 9, like just off of what he said and did himself in the actual Canto. But the flashbacks paint a very different picture of him. Yeah, his way of preserving Saru, who was suffering and dying slowly. Indeed, like it is weird. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. But yeah, I think genuinely he might have been the least awful of the nurse fathers. Yeah, the sword is made from his own body. Heads? Yes. Decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look, there. Those blokes out there walking out of the salon. These guys are everywhere. But obviously, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Falvis scale. However, various evidence, such as their masks and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB, speaking to Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys! Stop! Bloody hell, what? Do you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene. Bros and sisters of the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's going to be a problem. We've already drawn the Ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you've got a GI. Talk. Great idea. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Like, I give ourselves a countdown. Just head back through the door now. Beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, executive manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well, then, let's do as Kira says. Let's do it then. Any ideas to convince your mom to let you skip tomorrow? I take it sickness won't work? How about... Why do you not want to go in? Just can't be bothered. That probably isn't a good enough excuse. That was quick. Get to school, get punished and be better. There. You haven't done any assignments. You could do them now. What time is it? Can you not do them right now? Oh yeah, isn't tomorrow Saturday? School is open on Saturday. What the hell? That's fucked up. Yeah, do you not have time to do your assignments right now? Tonight, have you? You're in what, like Southeast Asia or something? Well. It's like, I gotta be honest. Like, obviously, I'm not condoning not staying in school. Because you should do your assignments more. You should listen to your mother. But I can't really see any way out of that other than like feigning sickness. I don't think any other route is gonna go down very well. How good an actor are you? Alan blinks, shooting us a puzzled look. as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Haven't slept in 2 days, yet you should sleep more too. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. True, you could just get ChatGPT to do whatever you're trying to do. Again, not that I would condone that. This location, you say? Ah, wait, that door leads to a zone under the Syndicate or a Wings protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. Yeah, you see, you get it, Alan. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Falvis began rushing in through the front door, through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, can't be helped. Let's summon the sinners back to work. Summons are usually a low percentage of the grades, and I scored well enough for the test to get A's in the classes anyway. Alright, Ariel, fucking show off. Everyone's showboating today. Get to sleep for a whole day, everything will fix itself. That's actually so true, yeah. If you just don't wake up tomorrow, then you don't have to worry about going to school. That's probably the way it works. It's a pile of IT. Idea.
전투 테스트가 너무 많지 않냐고요? 그건 전달받은 문서를 통해 분석한 결과 자네들의 관심사가 거울 던전이라는 결론을 내렸기 때문에 전투를 좋아한다고 판단했죠.
저희가 야근이라는 말을 달고 산다고 야근을 좋아하는 건 아니잖아요, 팀장님.
Damn. Boone is the parental figure that is needed out here. It's a parental figure we've sorely been lacking for the last, like, 3 weeks.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
People have been coming in and have just been saying shit, and people have been nice to them, Boone. It's been tiring. It doesn't. It doesn't. Drink some cough syrup, which will get you into a delirious state and your parents won't let you go. I do not condone that. I just want to make that very clear. That is not something that I have suggested. Neither would I suggest that.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요. LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상값과 다르게
I'm sorry to hear about your dad's situation, but in this instance, surely not having a dad is easier because, like, you got less parents to convince. Capital is a treasure trove of great advice, yep. Capital is very rarely wrong.
개체의 상태가 조금 변했을 거예요. 눈치채시면 바로 하시지 마시고 끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두게. 상황별로 파형을 분석해봐야겠어.
목이 피었잖아.
움직임이 좋네요. 추출된 인격의 전투 감각 덕분일까요? 수감자 본연의 기량이 돌아왔구나. 관리자의 지위가 이끌어낸 역량일지도 모르지.
이건 기록해두었다가 분석할 때 다시 봐야겠네요. 이제 쓸만해졌군.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던
I need to go get more water after this. While I am pretty symptom free today, which is wonderful, I am still quite tired and my throat is really dry. I'm like quite congested today, which is difficult when I'm reading an entire Intervallo. But I would take this over most of the other days of symptoms that I've had. So, yeah, not complaining. Boone, I've been so sick with COVID. I've been so sick. Absolutely fucked. Yeah, it's been absolutely brutal. It's been about what, 3 weeks now? 3 weeks that I know of. It might have been longer than that, to be honest. I was feeling off like before that, but I didn't really think too much about it. Probably had a bit of a slow ramp up. The worst I had was probably like 2 or 3 days ago. Those were the days where I couldn't stay awake on stream. I was so fucked. I don't think I've ever been that bad on stream before. Like I was just there. I was just there, just completely asleep. Like with huge portions of time on stream because I slept completely properly, but I was so exhausted. I couldn't. People in chat were very nice about it, but yeah, it was embarrassing, to be honest. It's rough. The chicken that Ryu ordered, it might have been, yeah. Maybe it was that. Maybe it's all been that. Yeah, you. One of the other tribulations you missed, Ryu, was Boone, was Ryu ordered some chicken and pizza to my house one night at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and there aren't good places here. Like no good was going to come of that. Ryu knew that. I don't know which day it was. Like I would reference the VOD. It's somewhere there, but I can't remember which day it was. Everything's a fucking blur. Maybe Rhea remembers. But, oh my god, it was so disgusting. Like I showed it all on stream. It was like biting into grease, like just pure grease. Just like horrible, like almost fetid batter. And pure grease and no meat. And the pizza was like a frozen pizza that had been chucked in like age-old oil and was like half cooked. It was absolutely filthy. Hi Kurt, how's it going, man? It was absolutely filthy. I threw it all out. I don't like wasting food, but like I didn't want anyone else in the household like eating that by accident. It was so disgusting. $30 or something well spent, no doubt. It was fun though. So like there was a drumstick of chicken that had essentially no meat on the bone. That all that was there was gristle, like completely charred bone because it had been overcooked so much that the bone was flaky enough that I'm pretty sure I ate some of it by accident when I bit into it. I just like crunched through it because I couldn't tell the difference between that and the batter. It was the same consistency. And there was just a pocket. There were pockets of grease sealed within the batter that just exploded in my mouth as I bit into it. Yeah, oh yeah, sorry for wing. We ran out of wings. So he ordered some wings. He ordered some wings for me as well. And they just sent me another 2 pieces of chicken with a note attached to the top saying, sorry for wing. We ran out of wings. We will treat you well. We will treat you good next time. Yeah, like I think the people watching me felt more sick than I did eating it because I'd already I knew what this food was going to be like. I was already very aware of this. Like that place, although it has changed like identities a lot over the last 20 years, is the same fucking horrible slop with probably like 1 hygiene rating that has been churned out of it forever. So yeah, I knew what I was biting into. I knew what was going on there. Horrific. It was funny. It was really funny. Ryu was worried that he'd like upset me or something, made stuff weird, and I was like, no man, it was funny as fuck. It was awesome. It was a great way to spend like 15 minutes. I hope it didn't cost too much. Yeah, absolutely filthy. Threw the whole thing out. Wouldn't even give it to my cats. It was fucking disgusting. Somehow the pizza was both undercooked and overcooked at the same time, but no part of it was properly cooked. Like it was burnt and hard, like literally rock hard, the outer half of it, and then the inner half was just like ridiculously floppy and completely undercooked. It was, yeah, filth. Just like you. Hey, yeah, same here. My balls are like hard all the time, and I'm just permanently floppy. That's normal, right? Okay, and that about wraps up the middles corridor. Thanks to you folks. We managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone doing the extra mile to check out each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. He's such a happy chappy, isn't he? What guy. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Hi Nick Rogers. Talking about the fast food that Ryu sent me. So I just missed the health update. We're glad you were looking sounding better. Oh no, I was talking about fast food that I got sent by Ryu. Before that, I was talking about my health. Maybe you're talking about that, Kurt. Sorry. I'm still a bit out of it, mate. I'm still pretty out of it. I'm really tired. I've just been exhausted for the last God knows how long. But yeah, not as bad today. I'm not like feeling like I'm about to fall asleep. I can't keep my eyes open. Yesterday I had to step away, like 3 or 4 times to try to keep my eyes open. And the 2 days before that, I was just falling asleep on stream, just like straight up. Not like micro sleeps, like genuinely like just dozing off on stream. It was awful. The whole thing I just baffled. Yeah, it happens, doesn't it? Hey, would you prefer this or streamer drama? Probably neither. It was such a nice thought from you. Like genuinely, it was a nice thought because it was fun. Like I think everyone on the stream kind of enjoyed it as well. Streamer drama, I don't fucking know, man. Something or other, probably. The current thing is all the Sykkuno stuff, right? That's like the big drama. Everywhere I look on fucking YouTube, literally everyone's making videos about it. It's like, fucking hell, man. Like, how many times do we need to hear this shit rehashed? Yeah, the guy cheated on his girlfriend. Wow. Consenting adults had sex. Holy shit. Fuck me. Wow. Holy shit. Crazy. Who the fuck is that? Sykkuno, I don't know. He's like some personality. Played on Among Us. He got big, I think, during COVID playing Among Us. He's like mid-30s. Has a girlfriend that he didn't tell anyone about or something. Good night, Believer. Good luck. Good luck tomorrow, sir. I hope you, whatever you do, I hope it's successful for you. Breadstick obviously knows his exact age. Somehow. I guess Breadstick has taken an interest in the drama. Wish I had a girlfriend he didn't tell anyone about. Ugh. The whole thing I keep hearing about. Okay, so... Man, I don't... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I don't want to make a big deal about this. Right, so... Sykkuno, guy, plays games. Nerdy personality. Like, kind of nerdy personality. Turns out, has been talking to lots of girls at the same time. And doing the whole, like... I am a nerd thing to... with, like... smaller streamers, like smaller female streamers, to kind of get them interested in him, and then when he went to cons and stuff, like, would have sex with them. That's it. Didn't tell them they had a girlfriend. Didn't tell me he had a girlfriend all this time. Yeah, it's just a guy cheating. Like, but there's no. They're all like consenting adults. They're just fucking stupid as shit. As per usual, as with most streamer drama, everyone involved is perfectly consenting, and like they're just people being fucking dumb. Yeah, no worries. That's it. There you go. I've summed up the whole drama. You can now save yourself from like 17,000 hours of bullshit YouTube content about it. Next up, Thumbs Corridor. We actually found a lot of intel lying around there. Intel lying around there. So we just need you to check out some of the doors in the basement. You are so welcome, B. Intel. Manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. That. The Thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members, the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in the corridor leads to.
Alan China's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time.
Useless shit?
Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket hoards.
Yeah, it's scummy. It's not a nice thing to do. But like, people are just making so much of a fuss about it. The people who are directly involved, I get it. The women feel hurt. Like, yeah, I get it. I understand. Whatever. Like, they want to say their piece. I get it. That's fine. But like, why do 6 bajillion people need to fucking involve themselves in it? It just doesn't fucking matter. It's so pointless. Like, people cheat on each other all day, every day. People do it for all sorts of different reasons. Cheating is not a very nice thing, but often like people are really dysfunctional and they don't address their problems properly. And quite often it's due to inherent problems in the relationship that both of the people are involved in, and only they can really understand because they're the people in the relationship, and nobody else should be fucking commenting on it because it's not their fucking business. Like, just say he's a scumbag. Yeah, he's a scumbag. That's it. That's all you need to fucking say. Like, who cares? You don't need to get all deep about it. The other doors that need work with a drone, there should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here. So I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it, as though he didn't even register what was said. Yes, Ellie, yeah. It's like, oh, he's been lying all this time. Also, some girls were hurt. And I'm like, okay. Wow. Someone lied? On the internet? Seriously? Wait, people have sex? Huh? Calling our conversation with Cicera, back at P Corp, a deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits that go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the areas past their marked doors and return there. Thanks a ton. Well then. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Moon finally got some after he divorced his wife and his DMs got leaked. He was flirting by saying, "I'm pooping." I don't really know anything about Moon. I know the name faintly. Like, what I will say, and this isn't really related to it, so I don't want to come across like I'm trying to be part of the drama here, because I think like relationships are interesting, right? I think like there's a lot more to relationships than people would care to like admit. Like, relationships just aren't that simple. Everyone has their own relationship with people. I don't just mean romantic relationships. Relationships are really, really complicated. That's why I find them interesting. I just think that there's probably a lot more going on in that relationship and every other relationship than any of us could ever possibly know. And we shouldn't just assume things, because it just makes us look fucking stupid. Makes us look dumb. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Yeah, just like me and you, boo. Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Dude, I know, Capital. That's what fucks me off, right? About all this stupid bullshit drama. Like, look at the drama in between that as well. The fucking ridiculous Saint-Tonta shit. Like, why is that and this shit and all of the other topics, why is that getting so much more attention than Lakari doing that shit? I'm not going to bring up again, because it will just get me rattled once more. Like, why? Why do people not at least take problems with like actual disgusting shit? Instead, they just want soap opera. I guess it doesn't make good soap opera. Cunts. Sorry. Go by the silhouettes. They're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady. Get out of my way so I can see. It's a detective. Some stubbly guy I don't know. And that annoying airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu, respectively. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. It is that, Boone, yeah. It's about what makes good drama. It's exactly that, Kurt. It's exactly that. Like, there isn't much to say about it. It's like you can make one video about it to be like, man, this guy's a scumbag. And then that's it, because there isn't really much more to be said about it. He is a scumbag. Like, there isn't a he says, she says. He is a scumbag. Like, the proof is on his stream, which he then continued to stream for like fucking 9 hours afterwards. There's no ifs and buts. The guy is just a prick. Like, and I guess that's not good drama. That doesn't make good TV. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the third time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hong Lu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest importance of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on. It's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. Sounds hella deep. Sure about eavesdropping on him like this? Geese is always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. What, by spying on him? He's sharing such an intimate secret about himself for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshi's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to an exchange between Yozis and Gregor like a woman possessed. I actually really like Kira. Yeah, I didn't like her in Kanto 9 at all. But yeah, she's really funny. She gels really well with the group as well. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. War isn't over. It never was. Can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. Killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? Can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable, like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms will be set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred. Heathcliff's a good guy. Sort of. Stood in conflicted silence. His lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that, at present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation, should it occur again. We still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually, we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners. Even if they have killed hundreds. Oh, dude, this is the line. We talk about this so much. Pretty much whenever we play Limbus, we talk about this specific line as like the thing that is gonna sum up basically the whole of Otis's canto. This is the line from Canto 7. Even if they've killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under the inevitable pressure? Like, almost every single time I stream Limbus, we end up talking about that line. It's funny that we actually get to see it. It was a line that left a lot of effect on me, because it's like one of the very like real and true things that Otis says that aren't like executive manager. I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Hong Li. We, the bus team, we didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. Through our journey, I've begun to think of you all as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. Same arm. My arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the smoke war. I'll be honest. When that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception. Potential to be harmless. Weaker than even a non-combatant like Yisang. Made me hope for that's rough. Yisang doesn't even get to be a combatant in Gregor's mind. Damn. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how well that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. Yeah, bro getting shot at, like, that isn't even a stray. That's from like, that's like a sniper shot that's just missed its target and gone like halfway around the horizon and just hit some random pleb. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again, because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. Same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's got to live on and nothing else. Really brings me back to years. Memories are so clear that it's like they happened all yesterday. As she kicked me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave you. We'll leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. It's nice, I say this every time Hong Li talks since Canto 8, but like, it's nice to see Hong Li like being real. Not just talking in like niceties. Like pointless niceties. That's something I never expected to hear from you. Yeah, you and me both, Gregor. I guess you're right. We're seeing this through to any kind of end. This would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Hong Li. Truth be told, not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, even Valentina. Piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. That is actually so true. This is something that I say all the time when people are like, being like, oh, I don't even have it that bad. It's like, your perception is different to everyone else's. Like, just because it might not seem as bad to other people doesn't mean that it isn't every bit as bad to you. We're emotional creatures. You can't help how things hit you emotionally and psychologically. So to diminish another person's trauma just because it doesn't seem as bad as someone else's is fucking stupid. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps you distance yourself from the past, you come to a pause and spare a look toward the path you'd have walked. All those years I let slip by. All those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying. The wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in.
Oh man, they know we've been dropping eaves this whole time?
I was actually waiting for just the right moment to come out and say a few words. Couldn't find an appropriate moment to. That was so wholesome. That was so ridiculously wholesome. Well, I wouldn't have had to share this with I would have had to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellas sooner or later. So I don't really mind. But what's she doing here? T.A. Temporary ally? No. Temporary accompaniment.
Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off here to help you guys.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone who in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Ira, you know which door the Thumb's nurse father was most attached to?
Huh? No. Duh. Is that supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? Think I just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together.
Valentin is an absolute fucking brute.
Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh?
Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that. Until he died.
Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here. Thought he was totally gonna swap sides.
Really?
That lad.
And why is that?
You know, vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him that long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right through the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. This is not how my master has instructed me. Textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation. It means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Rough. Seriously, I thought things were going to crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose Textbook and I had that in common. This one doesn't know. Let me redirect the question toward you, Senator Ryoshu. Hopefully, this touches upon one of your more intact memories. You know which of these doors the Thumb nurse father showed particular attachment to, the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need Clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Or I thought that was narration. Holy shit. I almost died out there. Son of a bitch. A fucking fly. Where did those G-Corps fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom? Are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the heads off those G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is it? bandages. For you. Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the... Well, okay. Never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight. Don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah. Fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. Valentino is a cool character, but an absolute disgusting, reprehensible individual. She marched to every battle with a smile, stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Some time after the war ended, someone she called the Consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic.
Hold on. Why though? Sure, I was on the losing side. Wasn't Valentina on the winning side? A war hero and that. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I Corp and K Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. Must have been things going on behind the scenes too.
But doesn't that mean the back door will drop us into a trench when they're dug out? The trench they dug during the war.
Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it.
Wait,
Me? Yes. Others can do it for you, but what would be the point?
you sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way.
We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself.
Then what?
It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed under the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because his arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war really is over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, not necessarily aimed at you, then maybe you'll be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the most basic treatment principles of M-Corp psychotherapy centers. Fine then. Guess I'll open it up.
Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high.
I don't want to die.
Yuri. It's nice to have a place to go back to.
That's really creepy.
Alright. Happy 15th birthday. You can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing more but a swarm of fucked up monsters.
Thought I'd woken up from the dream. But I was still...
Dude, he is so fucking traumatized. Holy shit, that runs deep. He's so fucked up. Oh boy. Attach an insanely powerful bug arm to someone who will become a PTSD victim, incredibly traumatized and abused. Yep.
Yeah, isn't that great? Isn't that great? Don't we all feel safe? I gotta go get more water. My voice, my throat is all dried up. Yeah, I love the Gregor scene so much. Like, Gregor doesn't get a whole lot of scenes. Gregor is still my favourite sinner, but I like quite a long way. He's just like, I really like how he's written, because I really respect anyone who can suffer as much as Gregor has done without pushing that on other people, without making it, without, you know, bringing it up constantly and making it all about him, and then making other people feel bad for, you know, for what he's gone through. He doesn't ever really like take it out on anyone else. He doesn't have like really big emotional swings or anything like that. Obviously, it all came out in a very unhealthy way, but like having the restraint to do that is, you know, it's not a healthy way of dealing with it, but it's a lot less hazardous than like the rest of a lot of the rest of the sinners. It's like very he isn't toxic at all, right? He isn't toxic at all. He's just a very wholesome guy, just trying his best. Had a shit life, trying his best. I think that's all I was saying. See, after all that complaining, believe it, you knocked it out. You did it in like fucking 10 seconds. You could have been doing that rather than being like, oh shit, what am I going to do about my assignment? Yeah, straight in the limbo seat. Sorry, I got to be right back. I need to get more water. Hey, shoot, mate. Back in a sec, guys. come back to see. First thing I see in chat, Gabasor saying, back in my day. Unk Capusaur on GT. Yeah, it's procrastination in a nutshell. It's like, damn, if only I had more time to do all of this stuff that I'm complaining about right now. It's classic. Always had a do or die moment. Yeah, I've been like it a lot of times in my life. Yeah, I died, but I came back. It's okay. It is basically the ring theme, isn't it? It's just more pronounced. 10 of the night. No health intervention is coming. Oh dear. Yeah, it sounds like sleepy time. Back in my day. I love complaining about things I should do and I should and can do but don't. I also love complaining about that. Who doesn't? You have to be a freak not to. Oh, man. I feel better today. Sorry, I was just going to check the shop a second. Went to the wrong window, but like... Okay. That was expensive, man. Oh, we got Gregor back! The man, the myth, the legend. He's returned to us. Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are gone.
새 거래처를 찾으러 가는 거야?
Welcome back, big boy. He's fixed. I see. I see. Oh, fuck. We probably need to use base ID, Gregor, because Sous Chef is so bad. Sous Chef is actually, like, abysmal. Although Sous Chef is on our theme. I guess he does do bleed. Okay. Fine, I'm convinced. Who are we cutting for Mr. Sous Chef? I mean, it has to be one of these two. Probably leave.
제 차례인가요?
새 거래처를 찾으러 가는 거야?
손맛이 뭔지
내가 필요해?
연구 보고
손맛이
내가 필요해?
주군께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니
맛있는 경험을 기대하지.
Use support. Support? Come on. Come on, son. Come on, son. Heavens above. I'm gonna write a list with everyone shit talking in the stream. Are you gonna write it in your book of grudges, mate? You're gonna regret it, goons. When I had Manager Don, we had the paid selector and the actual selector and the free selector from Anniversary. One was one, and the other was the other. This place. Just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. I took Cassetti Mersok first, and then Don second. I really like Don. I really like the manager Don ID. I've always said it's like one of my favorites. And like the bleed team was the only team that I could figure out. I did quite a lot of like napkin math on what I could make out of the various like selectors that we had available. It seemed like bleed was the only thing I could get anywhere close to. Could have done poise as well, but poise was a bit rough too, due to the like there just not being enough IDs of that type in the various different things. My last job before Limbus Company. My desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. You're working in an office like this. Always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Actually hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? Do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, Even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of a metal clanking. Maybe he'll catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins. A bitter mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire!" I'd scuttle right up to him, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without you know? Without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor! Head manager Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait, you folks must be the account the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got your new employee card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found the new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin. Some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with the vet hire shit over here. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered off the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found. Blah blah blah. Preaching to the choir, aren't I? Yeah. That guy, huh? He's still taking his sauna breaks during work hours. What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Force? That's rough. Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in that HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in his office real soon. Really? Isn't he, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. Can't be sore. They hate how their glory days are behind them. Kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. Hey, a Backstreet's kid like me. Myself, don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back, it's all doom and gloom, you know? If you ever hit rock bottom, you must also know the only way left to go is up. You said something like that before. Yeah. Yeah. Guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me. Running my mouth in front of the customers. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry, guys. Poise his ass when other archetypes do better with the poise he goes in MD, yeah. There's only, I can sort of kind of do a sort of poise, basically, pride poise. Like I could have done, the problem is it takes both of the characters from the season 3 selector, because it takes Captain Ish and Mentamea Assault to really make it work. Even then, it's a bit janky, because you also need other characters from season 3. The other Blade Lineage IDs, but you can sort of kind of make it work. Final Dungeon of Candidate 4. This is not voiced, no, this is an Intervallo. Yeah, as Boone says, Intervallos aren't voiced the first time they're run through. It doesn't make them not good, though. This is fucking amazingly good. This is one of the best pieces of Limbus content I have seen so far. I've really enjoyed this. Don't worry about it. The sinking part is carrying the poise part. It's the same with all of those things. Like the sinking part, or the other what's it called? Status effect. Always seems to carry the poise part. Yeah, Ted just seems like a chill dude. Whenever they rerun an Intervallo's event, we get voice versions. Yeah, I always rewatch the Intervallo's for that reason. I always watch them again because like I love to actually hear the voices. I always watch them all the way through. This is my favorite Intervallo that I have played. I haven't seen the whole of it yet, but this is my favorite Intervallo. Before this, it was Warp Train. I really like Warp Train. This one definitely beats it. Honestly, this is better than most of the Cantos. This is really good. Really premium Limbus. Yeah, it's a pretty unique prosthesis you got there. No worries. It seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one hell of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, yeah? Let's go out and catch up on a drink, over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away. He didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. Wow. Like, what's wrong with this guy? There must be something wrong with this guy. He is a city citizen. What's the matter with him? I'm concerned. I can see a little bit of him in the way that you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does. Do I? Moses, who'd been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we're told to remember, it doesn't mean that we're bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over and over again. We're not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. With Erta and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplated. Manager, bud. Not saying I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask you if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, though, the gloomy grey seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this, the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't worry, it'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. They portray trauma in a very, despite the ridiculous things that happen in this game, they really portray trauma in a very, very real and like realistic way, and it makes me quite emotional, like reading through some of the parts where they're talking about like proper trauma like that. They do a fantastic job at addressing it. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that the person who writes this has suffered some kind of horrible trauma. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Yeah, I am 100% with you, Capizor. 100% with you. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door, and they let it fit seamlessly in with the rest of the Intervallo, which I think is just really, really good. Like it didn't take away from it. It didn't like interfere with it. It didn't seem out of place. It was just there, and it made sense. Huh? You here the whole time? Yes, I was told by the Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during those operations. Otis not wanting to go back not accepting that the war is over, to the whole Ted and Gregor thing. Yeah, it just worked really well. It just fit. It just flowed. So I stayed in. Oh. Oh man, it's these asshats again. Weird. Corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis, just in time to see more Falvis pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the Ring Nurse Father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all. Just fought with furries this whole Intervallo. Back in my day.
여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로 전달받았습니다. 관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
These aren't new enemies, are they?
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들 궁금했어요. 요즘 같은 시대에 여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은 몇 없거든요.
No. I still can't get over it. Like, I love, I really love how the middle is crossed out on all of her shit. It's the little things with Limbus sometimes that really get me. OCE tag. Ugh. Go on, Sous Chef Gregor. I know you got it in you, mate. You didn't make it. Sous Chef Gregor's roles are they're in a realm of their own. They're truly in a realm of their own. He did not have it, no. Yeah, next time he got unlucky. He got unlucky. Look, even Mayor Assault can't. It's fine. Like, okay, he did eventually win that flash, but even Mayor Assault lost a flip, lost 2 flips. How is Gregor meant to? I don't own him. Leave it. I don't pull in this game. I don't dispense in this game. So I have very few IDs. I played through almost all of the game just using base IDs. We have some selector units at this point too. Thanks, Anniversary.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
Heath, mate. Mate. Yeah, selectors. Nick. The power of selectors. To be fair, like, they did copy the whole Sinclair plotline from Dragon Ball Z, so like, in fairness, you know. Yeah, Greg just needs a little while.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군. 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해줄게.
Yeah, most of these IDs are season 1 IDs because they're from the. We've had like more season 1 selectors than anything else. And season 1 has like not necessarily bleed support, but like it has some characters which have some bleed on some of their skills and Faust. Yeah, I know, Kevi's. I know. I wonder where Dragon Ball Z copied that from. They must have copied it from somewhere too. We need to find the roots of future Trunks. Yes, Gregor, get in there, mate. The man, he doesn't need a cleaver to make it fresh.
이건 쓸 수 있겠어.
They get paralyzed, idiot.
얻었군.
Yeah, Sinclair hits. And Sinclair gets really high. Faust 2 rolls a lot higher than her 3. In a lot of ways, Faust 2 is actually like better than her 3.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 시험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요. LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
The base fights with ring enemies almost cause a reset. Really? Get him, Faust. See, look, the gripping rolls reasonably high, but execution is just a bad. It's like a kind of. It's a pretty bad 3. I mean, the gripping is her namesake, in fairness.
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
You're gonna hit a boss at some point, surely.
마셔. 그게
Do we have to use you, Gregor?
우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한
I've got to ask.
새 거래처를
No, we
찾으러
don't. We don't
가는
have to use you. Good. Thank you. Not that I've got anything against you. Gregor, I really don't. I really don't. You're a swell guy.
연구 보고회의.
내가 필요해?
죽은 새 거래처를 찾으러 가는 거야?
왕의 행진이다.
Yeah, I leveled the Lantern Yisang. I level everything. I level all my characters. I don't have many IDs, Capistor, so obviously I'm going to level everything. Oh, he's better at 1 because he dies faster. Ah, it's fine. Once we dealt with the Falvis who invaded the Thumb Nurse Father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes. Yeah, like I have a chance of actually using him maybe at some point, like as a fighter. I don't think I'm optimized enough. And ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have the day off? Yeah, but I thought we might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Funnily enough, yeah, Lantern Yisang's rupture count is actually very good. Like he's a really good rupture applier. I didn't really know until I read through his kit. So if I ever want to try to make rupture, Lantern Yisang is our fucking boy. Summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Thanks, Yisang. He's not happy at all. It was unideal. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks, topped with a bunch of whipped cream. That might be because you always are, Rhodey? I don't know. Yeah, you kind of want him to die, I know. Yeah, rupture count. He stacks a load of rupture count until he dies. That's basically it. I quite like that ID. I quite like the design of the ID. I use him over Blade Lineage Jisang for this team because like he has a passive that's like when someone dies. His passive is like when someone dies they give everyone ego resources, and that's the only real reason that I use it. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake was about to
I was about to chow down on. Doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. Tagging along because I needed some exercise. That's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was a super clingy, annoying little... no, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other, There's something you don't remember? Alright, Kara probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah. Well, Sora was the Index apprentice, so she probably sort of lived here. Sooth! The Index apprentice! Who? Pray tell! Wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and the pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone. I can't... Representations of the pinky and the index's apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting, briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh? She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Arashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her, giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Is she? Let's say the world's made of strings, or threads, clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of the strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. Ooh, creepy. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Rishi fell silent once again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how that works. This is the first time I'm hearing the deets. The deets. I've had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps, Papas. T.O. There's plenty already. Oh, so true. Yes, slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. Alan's just like, he's so fucking done with this shit. He's just like, so about the fucking corridor, can we... I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. Ow! What was that for, Ryushi? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything, but I saw it. I saw Ryushi's scabbard, Raya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I won't STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear, this isn't slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm. Here. Well, I don't want to read into it too much, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. Gotta stop him from translating for her. Somehow. Raya? Wait, that voice just now sounded a lot like Araya's. Ante, you saw that too, right? Really, she didn't do anything. Wait, really? It wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be, which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, this lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we've worked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air at the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement, and emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the masked unc's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Signs of life. There were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts, though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. She's not going to be happy, is she? The basement was stocked up with a shelf-stable, non-perishable food. The cells were all completely empty, save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison the individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seemed to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that its captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait. That staircase right there leads up. Check out what's... Friggin' annoying, man! The hell are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking the door. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? You seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with gods. I mean, prescripts. But nothing in the basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. The gods, huh? Otis? Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where the door leads. If Rian's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that the door connects to some basement is more than enough intel. Cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Ryoshi's memories. Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Is it though? Yeah, Rian getting called an index guy. Rian's a jobber, mate. Sora here, Rian here, Kathy here. All these unknown words.
그건 전달받은 문서를 통해 분석한 결과 자네들의 관심.
Sleep well, Felipe. Sorry I missed your goodbye.
전투를 좋아한다고 판단했지.
Do you know how prescripts are made? Not off the top of my head, I'm afraid. Kistigger. What's awkward pie quit? Awkward pie's quit them all. It's always good to quit gachas. We support that here. All the gachas, exactly, it's based. 100% prog. Completely based. Whenever you quit a gacha, it's a good thing. Yeah, I played Ruiner, but I don't remember at all. No idea at all. I presume there's some amount of brainwashing involved. Right, what we got here? What wonders have you got hidden away in your kit? Some of you may already be aware that the prescripts are delivered through various means. Of these, the paper slip is the most commonplace and the most preferred by many. And the question we must ask is, how many forms might the prescripts take? Do they all flow from a single origin? Or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for the Research of the Index. Now, would you like to join us and explore the answers together? A modest blade, unassuming and worthy of note. Yet in following the prescript, the fulfilling of its directives at the aid of messages that emerge from unseen places, the teachings of the proxies, is it slowly perforated into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness? More prescript bullshit.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
저놈을 추적해.
Yeah, like gods is not a familiar term, right? As far as I'm aware. I'm not exactly an expert of Limbus stuff, but like I can't actually name when I've seen gods, the words gods used.
저 개차는 오래 버티진 못하겠군요. 관리자가
What Runa told us.
공격 수단을 택했으니
Big weaving device supposed to be one weaving them, sure. I imagine, the way I imagine the prescript is some Wizard of Oz type scenario where it's a fucking guy behind a curtain spinning out a load of shit. What was the other game that did that shit? I think it was Triangle Strategy. It's quite a common trope in JRPGs to have a church and all telling god who's actually just like a priest or something that's all fucked up.
나쁘지 않은데요.
기록해뒀다가 저희도 해보자.
무슨 맛일까?
It's like a literal guy behind a curtain. What a battle for the ages there first.
짜증나게.
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
따뜻한
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다.
Yes. Oh, you're at 15 something, not 45.
그런 식으로도 끝나는 건가? 놀랍군.
실수 아닐까요?
Everybody's unique. Yeah, it's unique, but they all look the same.
그래서 내가 잘했다고 나누지 않나?
너 말. 최.
남았어도
Get him, Kira.
정도쯤은
적을 약화시키는 게 더 좋은 방법이지. 나쁘지 않군.
굉장히 잘했다고 말씀하시는 거예요. 팀장님 나름의 칭찬이죠.
뚫리고
따스한 피 스며드는군.
Execution sucks.
이제
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어나는데요.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군.
넌 무슨
유저
맛일까?
실행 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
흐름 뚫리고
Feels right for the LCB trio to be offering us commentary.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
선원들
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만
Roll 12 on upside 3.
다른 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
I'm not too hot today. Not as hot as I have been. Oh, yeah, tell you what is hot. News from Monsters and Memories. 8th wave of beta invites.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
It's because I got a Discord notification. It's because I saw the ping on Discord
개체 지압 완료.
from Monster
기존
Memories.
매뉴얼과는 조금 다른
What am I meant to do?
방식이지만 나쁘지 않은데요.
There's also a ping from Etheria RTA.
저희도 해보죠.
A lot of angry people on here. This ping. I can't even find the message. It was Sushi Lightning saying something or other. Why am I still in the RTA Etheria RTA Discord? I mean, that's a good question in itself, isn't it?
넌 무슨 맛일까?
That is considerably less exciting, yep.
왕의 비율에
I have a big, like, graveyard of Discords on Discord. Just all shoved away in a little box.
이게 이렇게 되네요. 예상한 것보다 피해가 커지는데요.
지휘 수행 과정에 실수가 있었던 것 같습니다.
Bit better today, yeah. I don't want to speak too soon though, because I've felt better a few times over the last couple of weeks, and each time it's come back up with a vengeance the day after.
원인이 뭘까요?
How are you?
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
공격을 선정해서 지휘 과정에서 생각지 못한 변수가 있어서
높이를
대체로 이럴 때는 여러 요인이 복합적으로
왕의
작용한
비율에
것이지.
하사한다.
다음 테스트부터는 관리자도
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
Go for a nap, damn.
확실히 관리자의
That's
지위가
hot.
동반된다는
Love a good nap.
상당히 높군.
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihui star. I can't remember how to pronounce that. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be the Dihui star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's up there? Up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting or yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Raya's memories? Look, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. Boone didn't even go to Japan. He's just been lying the whole time for clout.
어버이를 향한 죄책감도
That's what we figured out earlier.
순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
No, mind, Kevlin.
마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
To be fair, I can think of lots of reasons why you'd want to be away from me for 3 weeks. Hell, I'd love to be away from me for 3 weeks.
전투 테스트가 너무 많지 않냐고요? 그건
My cats wouldn't have, probably not. Ah yes, the streak. The number one show of support.
저희가 야근이라는 말을 달고 산다고 야근을
Stop talking about yourself so badly,
좋아하는
or we'll beat the shit out of you. But let's get these disposable villains down.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
저 개체는 오래 버티진 못하겠다.
I
제가 상황에 맞는 효과.
had some really fucked up stream days.
당연한 결과일
I've had some really fucked up stream days when I've been sick, which has probably not helped people.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
They were actually good for you. Nah, Penguins still has it, I think.
재밌네요.
Oh,
적을 약화시키는 것도 좋은 방법이지. 나쁘지 않군.
굉장히 잘했다고 말씀하시는 거예요. 팀장님 나름의 칭찬이죠.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I'll find it on a activity feed. I can see which day it was that I was like, or the 2 days that I was falling asleep at the keyboard. My activity feed is just filled with people like yelling at me, trying to get me to wake up.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군.
퍼레이드와
의사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해줄게.
I just appreciate people being here. Thanks for being here.
엎드리도록.
Thanks for watching me play weird games. A weird person playing weird games.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Well then, Prog. Go fuck yourself, I guess.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
Been a year since I've no idea what you're looking at in the game. The game's combat is very weird.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
I love her shouting her moves.
조인을 위한 강화지만 너무 경계할 필요는 없어요.
내가
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
오베르주레.
Anyone help out Prog in chat? He needs some tips on fucking himself.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
비로군.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를
That's a good question. That's a good question, Senna.
목이 피었잖아.
I don't think it's an age difference thing, Bellicult, because most of the younger people I have met have no fucking idea what's going on in this game either.
이제 쓸만해졌군. 선원들,
개체제압
나를
완료.
보호해라.
기존 매뉴얼과는 조금 다른 방식이지만 나쁘지 않은데요.
피날레.
기록해뒀다가
It might just be you being different, yeah.
뚫리고.
Limbus is really confusing. Really confusing. Everything about its combat is so much more complicated than it actually needs to be. It's kind of fun once you get used to it, but like, yeah, it's really, really, really shit to try to learn.
하사한다.
They don't even know how to explain their own game properly. I can't remember myself before Limbus. Limbus changed me, man. I believe that, right?
한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
개체지압 완료. 기존 매뉴얼과는 조금
운이
다른
따라준다면
방식이지만
좋겠네요.
나쁘지 않은데요.
이렇게 뒀다가 저희도 해보죠.
스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
따뜻한 피를 뚫리고 밝으로
알리사가 가는 길에 93%까지
Hello, Ryu.
산출값이 좋네요.
Lord Glue.
시대에서 산출했던 비정상값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 해양
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17
Trying to make
번째는
turn-based combat
확실히 관리자의
realistic.
지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
Turn-based combat realistic. I guess kinda. I can kinda see what you're saying. GBF is a boomer ass game, yeah, it really is. Sounds like RNG, sounds like variants. Like a kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right? Looks just like any other average Heavenly home. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but people should at least dust their homes once in a while. Guys, dust your home once in a while. Don't upset her. Thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family must have lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long while. I've seen this before for sure, but I can't remember where. Yep, very cool. Could something bad have happened in there? Yeah, something must have happened in here. That caused the family to flee. Never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know. It's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. Really could have been anything. You searching for something in a particular issue? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. But this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Rien. Last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshi's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshi again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshi would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshi piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. Probably recreated. Like, also, if they can clone him once, they can clone him again.
행진을 멈추지 마라. 이 좁디 좁은 왕국을 넘어 멸망한 그 땅으로 돌아갈 때까지 보아라. 저들이 우리의 모습을 우러러 보는 것을.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
Puck the Human. Backdoors seem to go everywhere. After leaving Rien's quarters, we explored the index's corridor for a while. I didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshi's memories back together. Great work. That leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. That room didn't have any back doors for us to explore, but countless more in the adjacent corridor. Our guideline makes it a bit more difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means we have work to do. That our work here is done. The opposite of what I was about to say. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay. Glad we could help. Dante replies that they're happy to have been a set of assistants. Well then, it's been a pleasure. Pleasure as always, Alan. Thanks for coming, mate. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. Probably should have done the same, but I'll take a look around here anyway. Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little while longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape from the previous one. And even though I was certain we'd traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help to take them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? Kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. Someone you'll have met too, I think. It was, must be another one who was severed by the Araya-shiki. Damn, you might be right. His name is Ren, Pinky Apprentice. I TikToked, but no one seemed to have anything else to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one but me. So, when you said back at K-Corp that you cooked before, you're talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Scabbard shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was YUM, meaning yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshi's claim. Must have been pretty darn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school with sausages cut like octopuses. Tamagoyaki. It's simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So, I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of octopus? No, I mean the sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages... sausages into octopus shapes? Because it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this? Damn, that's pretty slick. What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay? Isn't it all the SD once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important? But mummy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU. Huh? You're doing weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's when you say IDK, Mom. SMH. It must be some of the happiest moments in Ryoshi and Araya's shared. Sinners, me, and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryoshi,
The most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over these places. You want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, cockhead. Don't open the door just yet. Looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. The Mayorso, who realised what was indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments. So there was someone guiding these whelps. Figures they send more than fodder to the house of spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Hello? Wolf mask? Maybe this is the Radiant ID. It really is, as Maestro Emile Benoit said, this place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where the Master Callistro's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Falvis we had encountered thus far, seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of faux civility.
Sure you're the right address, lady? Riverbank's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor.
Yes, I'm aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rien said moments before he fled through the corridor. Let them observe us too freely.
What? How does that?
Falvis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo, sorry. My name is Rufo. Damn. Yoshihide, blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callistro's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Falvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in these unaesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufu's request with a curt reply. And Araya, too, rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then I'm afraid the only option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. Or our odds. I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the School of Falvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb, or a big sibling of the middle.
Verily! That maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or, with a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Heng.
Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Heng. Our chances are HOHOM.
Half or more? I like those odds.
Half or more.
Dude, really?
Outmoded. Has been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision made with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callistro, why everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His oeuvre, recovered from the house, were more tools than art. The sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now, I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed about the room completely changes my perspective. Scorched corridor, the ferocity with which you've scarred the walls and floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions upon itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mould, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we might call le fauve? There are the subject matters that have led us fauvres into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colours that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than whatever it is that you may have learned from a teacher like Calistro. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the ring's art, or not. I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the sight you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation, it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. More keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. Sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair and the hewn. You give no thought to what each of these emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded session. Lesson. She readied her scarab. Scabbard, not scarab. Pointless, Balvis, Suprematus, Blaureiters, Cubists. I've visited my share of the ring's galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions, buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. S-A-N-G-R-I-A. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaning, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters, with a stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of the Fauvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Succinct abbreviation naturally germinates. Yes, Sangria. Sangria!
개체의 상태가 조금 변했을 거예요. 눈치채시면 바로 말씀하시지 마시고 끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두게. 상황별로 파형을 분석해봐야겠어.
Right. It's reading time. She's bleeding, sinking. Nothing too spicy there. Turn start, gain 2 protection for every allied Fauvis student on the ring. If this unit used critique in this encounter, gain 2 protection and heal 5 SP instead, starting from the next turn. If there are no allied Fauvis students of the ring, gain 2 fragile and reduce this unit's SP down from 0. So this is a kill adds fight. Immediately before getting hit by a skill that has 1 attack weight, there is an allied student of the ring. Have the said unit take the attack instead, 2 times per turn. Okay. Turn under this unit. Unit uses critique. If an allied Fauvis student of the ring was defeated in this counter, refill its vacancy with the same student unit. If this unit used critique. Okay, so they do respawn. Every turn start, the student refilled the vacancy due to this effect. Gains number of allies defeated in this encounter, fragile, defense level down. Okay, so they get a debuff the more than you kill. Combat end, inflict 1 palette vibrant. Stack times 5% damage from the ring faction units. If the attacker is in the ring school of Fauvism faction, take stack times 10 instead. Combat start, gain 1 bleed, sinking count, sure. This was half. Have multicolor rouge and multicolor blur, so that's okay. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we, les Fauves, are the ones who awaken and express the ferocity of those that we call wild beasts among them. Randomly apply offense level up and defense level up to allied Fauvis students of the ring, equal to the number of turns, including the current turn. Each unit has survived, respectively, max 5. An allied student is staggered, recover them from stagger. Sure. Equal to the number of turns, each unit has survived. The unit is in panic, reset the speed at 20. 70% HP gain a new pattern. Remove all effects other than those exclusive to this unit. First turn start the new pattern gain Lefauvism, Mask de Loup. Deloup? Okay. This makes her better at sinking and bleeding. You got it, champ. You got it, champ. What's the 12? What's the 11? 11. Yeah, that's probably fine. Sorry, excuse me. That looks okay. It would be nice to hit her. I guess it doesn't really matter though, because she's got massive protection, doesn't she? He sounds, Honglu's only got his ones. He's only got his ones. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Intervallo addresses most complaints from the Kanto, especially that the Kanto didn't go further into her art. Yeah, I feel like this Kanto, this Kanto, I keep calling it Kanto. This Intervallo told me a lot more about what I wanted to know than the actual Kanto did. You're not fast enough. Oh. Should be fine, right? Should be fine. I believe in her. Where's our extra attack going here? That can't be right. Our extra attack is Honglu. Can't attack any of the counters, so it has to be there. Hey Diego, finally got the Samurai Yaro mass book. What bonus points are better for him? Int. IQ. Always IQ for a Yaro mass. Without the Kanto setup, it wouldn't work. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think the Kanto particularly sets this up very well. It's just that the Kanto is very long, and so it has a lot of information in it. I don't think it doesn't, like, this tells so much more of a story than the Kanto does. I missed the Legendary Wooer anniversary stream. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah, I have big Encore Faust.
No,
신임 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
불가능한 꿈이죠.
환상체와
And that is a
DQ는 모두
shocking lack of lust.
외워야 할 관리법과 내성이 워낙 많잖아요.
These are just 12s. Some kind of fine to deal with. Ish only has 1s. So does Honglu. Oh, where's Kira going? Kira's going into here. There's flashing there, okay. I think you're the extra hit this turn. Goes to 11. They're all going to be worse to clash on, aren't they? I think rules is our worst counter. It's not powered up right now. I think that goes there. Then IH should be able to clash this. Zero, 5, 6, 7. Who are we doubling up on here? Oh, we have gripping there. Ah, that's all that gripping can clash because he's so slow. You can clash one of these, I guess. You can't clash here, can you? Oh no, you can clash here. Okay, that way's better. And then Ish is just doing Ish things. Who do we stand a chance of killing here? Can't hit onto this because it will overwrite Kira's attack. Oh shit. Oh, she dominates on here as well. I guess that's fine. Oh man, so please, please, my man. 27 sanity, and that is the best you can offer me. Insane, truly insane. Well, these whistles, they're from Faust. That's Resonance. Hello, Resi. Oh god, this is an awful turn. Holy shit. We have fucked it. We have absolutely shit the bed. Oh my god, please! Please! Surely, Faust. Surely. Thank you. Those 4 clashes. But great. You stack everything on IQ, everything on magic power. Diego for that Euromass. That was a mess. We got completely fucked.
아니, 여길 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가.
그 지표는 3개월 전.
What the hell is going on here?
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고 테스트에 집중해 주세요.
Read 2 negative effects on the target. Palette Vibrant. Ash power +6 and deal 100% damage. Target has equipped defense skills. While you having Palette Vibrant, Flash power +6 and deal -90% damage instead. Okay, do you want to defend against it? There's a lot of attacks. These are countering this turn, so we're all focused on this. Okay, who has Palette Vibrant? You do.
도움이 필요하세요? 단테님?
Where's Kira hitting? She's just randomly spaffing an attack in there. I think it's just Measo with Palette Vibrant. So Measo needs to defend against it. Let's use a defense skill against it. I'm gonna hold that. Oh no, never mind. We're already there. We already got the hard blood we need. Could evade some of this stuff. We're not dealing a lot of damage here, are we? The sanity's probably not high enough.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
산초류 경을 온 라샹글.
Yeah, the one paralyzed.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
짜증나게.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠고. 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
그놈을 추적해.
Ooh. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, of course he's marked. That's why. That's why we had to use defense skill against it. So it did 90% less damage. There's a lot of negatives. We should probably, maybe we should evade all of those that we can. Maybe that would be better.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이
Info storage is so good.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게
It's a good dodge.
쓸수 있겠어. 해양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
That turn before this was so bad. Messer to literally have his HP on it. Do an unbelievably bad clash. We'll be alright, maybe. Someone targeting Faust? Rear shoe maybe? We're on rear shoe. And Honglu. Both evasion IDs. It has to be one of these. Have that evade this and it'll evade that too. This was 16. What are you doing? How are you managing anything here? Guarding? They have some really bad negative effects on them. I don't know if guarding is where we're at. Where'd I get gloom from? I have no idea where we got gloom from. Put it on there. $16. That leaves that there. That's fine. Oh wait, no, I fucked this up. Rishi's guard meant to be dodging both of these, aren't they? We don't have anything on this right now. Red coin, no. Who did I put on here? The counter on there. She dodges here and then dodges here, hopefully.
무슨 맛일까? 따뜻한 피.
환락에 삼켜지기 전에.
I like how Roseate Desire is like a really twisted version of Snag Harpoon. Roseate Desire for Ish. A really fucked up Snag Harpoon.
너무 쉽군요.
Oh, that is so much damage. I forget how much that does sometimes. That's great dodging. Oh, that's great dodging, guys. Are you well already, sire? I'm feeling a bit better today. I wouldn't like to say I am feeling better. Rules the backstreet does, like, I forget sometimes how much it do. I don't get to see it that much because obviously we don't have Kero-ish. So we don't get many Rules of the Backstreet pop-ups. But fuck me, does it ever do so much damage? Like when it meets all of its coin requirements, does so much damage. He was doing numbers in the past of that shit, yeah. You start stacking bleed on her. I mean, she probably has too many coins for us to be able to keep it up. Our bleed count is too weak.
입을 열 시간이 있나? 고래에
Come,
집중해.
it's okay, it's okay. Calm down. Please calm down. This is ribbons, right? Yeah. One, two, three. Be here. Either that or use soup. Could use soup. And do we care about bleed count? They buffing this boss? How did they buff this boss? We don't have he's been incapacitated for so long he isn't gonna have his hard blood, is he? Gave us 6 more levels. Oh, really? I'm not sure I want to take red coins on him. Like, he's already taking so much damage from those horrible early failed clashes. Same with Ish. We can use this dodge as well. Reduced defense level on attacks didn't scale with levels, so she technically got buffed. I see. Makes her more Duranteable though, right? Morasitas. I forgot we have this now, Ira. Alright, take one of these, Dawn. Like you probably are. Maybe we dodge those, maybe that's better.
잠깐 숨 좀 돌리자.
Doesn't do bleed count, does it? No. But we keep the harpoon, use that there instead. Ah, yeah, of course it's going to be lower there, isn't it? I'm not sure about that. Harpoon only gets neutral there. The sanity's so low because we raise it desired with her. What about that there? I think that works out better. Oh, that's one-sided there because he's too slow. You go here. Ooh, that's a lot worse than it looks. Yep, we don't want that. Maybe we just storm cloud it and then fucking with rules of Blackstreet. Doesn't really make a lot of difference, that extra lust resonance.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비 하사한다.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
저 개체는 오래 버티진 못하겠군요. 관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니
That's great dodging.
당연한 결과일 테지.
More great dodging. More spectacular dodging.
다음 놈 나와.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다
Right, I feel like we dodged most of these.
LCA나 LCD에서
I don't think I want to fuck with these.
비정상값과 다르게
They're pretty
이건 쓸수
horrific.
있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
I suppose they do get plus clash power against it, don't they? Oh, only if we have the thing. Who is marked? The middle's crossed out even on there. Is anyone marked? I don't think anyone's marked, right? Doesn't look like it. I don't really want to just ditch our mutilate, but I just dodge this shit, man. Oh, whoops. We could defend this with her. But she is taking damage right now, so maybe it's worth hitting her just because she's taking damage. I don't know. I don't really want to take all these bleed and sinking stacks. They're pretty horrible. It's gonna phase change at 70 anyway. I think I'd rather just dodge what I can dodge. Do these to me? This is the leftmost skill slot of one other ally with the highest max HP. Against aggro, yeah. Ally next to someone they get aggro. I don't think that's needed right now. That would be Heath. Probably better off with Pursue him. Ooh. Fucked up one thing there. Oh, it's because Heath hasn't. That does not clash very well for us. marked? Why is this getting popped up so much? Oh, negative effects on the target. Yeah, negative effects on the target, that's what's getting buffed up so much. We can't really deal with that, can we? Charge ego is not really doing a whole lot for us here. Could just give him a good old fashioned body sack. Particular rend really doesn't get us there. I think we want to clash that tool. We gotta sack it.
따뜻한 피. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
In the sack? Been a while. It's been a while, Heath. Yeah, true. Body sack passive works with the trash fight as well. We have 80% follow up on this. Should be Heath lenticular rending, I think. Oh, maybe it was. No, never mind. It was Mason. Great evading, ladies and gentlemen. What team?
관리자의 지휘 성향을 고려하면
Yes, the ads are back.
이제 행동불능에 빠진 개체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
아니, 여길 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는.
The ads are like much more fragile than they were before.
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고 테스트에 집중해 주세요.
We need to protect our lower health people. A big thundercleave here. One is very bloody. No, it's because he got so wrecked at the start of the fight. Like, he got so absolutely destroyed at the start of the fight by unbelievably bad rolls. We had, on our, like, second turn, we lost 4 clashes, like 4 very favoured clashes in a row. And it kind of just fucks us up for the whole fight. Yeah, I know, we're missing the passive heals. It sucks. It's alright. We'll get there, maybe. Or maybe not. Who knows? That's part of the fun. Just don't have to worry about a stagger bar. She's not using red coins this turn. I don't think we've got any red coins, do we? Oh, this one. She touch. She's... Oh, that's fine. Kira's clashing this with Violet Breaking Slam. That's great work. Great work, Kira. Kira's fucking mad. She's stacked up. She's got 10 grudges on her. She's hungry for some vengeance. think we're going to be able to clash most stuff here now. This is her weak turn, isn't it? It'd be nice to get whistles because it bumps Heath back up to 45. Probably want to use Mersot's counter. Mersot's counter. Probably. Get that way around. Oh no, never mind, that's not. She only has her ones as well. Her one is bleed count, right? Oh, that's not her one, that's her two. Sorry. So she actually has a good attack system. Her bleed counts on her two. I think. Hello, Imogen. What's a canto? A canto is like a chapter. Yeah, it's basically a main story chapter. The intervallos are like sub-stories that they come out with between the cantos. So it's like chapters and sub-chapters. Although quite often the intervallos are like every bit as good as the cantos. They're just shorter. Like this one is exceptionally good. That's what I thought as well. That's what I thought, mate. You are right. You are so right, in fact. Look at these guys coming out of the woodwork. Umikin rears her ugly head, and out come fucking Peroncino and Tessarch. The Granblue squad has arrived. Yeah. Umikin sounded the trumpets. The horn of Gondor. The horn of Granblue. Can't you believe it's not but a Jesus, man. Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We save the Thundercleave, maybe? Nah, he can't clash any of those. Rules is too weak. At its base form. So we IH that, I think. Leaves us with Ish doing nothing. Ish whittles one of these. Actually gives us envy resonance as well, which is really nice. It's alright, Heath, don't worry about it, mate. Nobody saw. I hope you guys are having a good day, by the way. The aforementioned GBF crew. Look at her go. She's just showing off here. This guy's fucked. This guy's actually boned. Yeah. Got absolutely destroyed by Kira.
선원들
회사가 감도를
나를 보호해라.
93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이
Kira took the slick dick to him.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
Right, this time we have the red coins.
식사는 즐기고 있나?
We are hard-blooding now. We have big Don's big combo here. Just need to try to protect the people who are lower. I think it's fine for Don to take a red coin. I don't think that hurts so that much. We could dodge these, but we do also need to push damage at some point. She is totally badass ass kicking this guy. You don't have to worry about him. Faust is doing fine for HP. Everyone else is having a bit of a rough time. You really could just dodge these. I wonder if that's better. The only issue is, like, the dodge can fail. These are triple coin attacks. That makes it a little bit scary. I think we just hit them. But these will do a lot of damage if I fail a dodge on them. Are you the next best person to take this? Hong Donger? You actually kind of are. We need one counter still. Actually, we kind of don't. Yeah, never mind. We're whistled up. We don't need sanity this turn. Oh, Club Barely is just 3, right? I should have really been using this, shouldn't I? I should be using her. I completely forgot. I should be using that reissue to kill the enemies to finish them off. The heal. Totally forgot that she does that. My bad on that one. Stagger point. I bet we could do 300 damage to her. Before any of these go off, I wouldn't be surprised and just stagger her and save ourselves all the red coins, but my brain's too bad for that sort of thing. Ooh. Oh, hold on a second. You're using the wrong attack. Need that. Thank you. See you there, Sarge. Thanks for dropping by. There are 9 cantos right now.
창을
아이씨, 짜증나게.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다. 따스한 피 스며드는군.
Should be like an okay amount of damage.
피부를 하사한다.
Coming in like a Rufo. We only have a 60% chance to do a follow up here.
저놈을 추적해.
We did find it.
알리사가 감흥도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다
오케이.
30값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서
오키도키.
산출했던 비전 성과와 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
She is about to stagger. I don't think there's any reason why she wouldn't stagger on this turn. And it would sure be nice not to take all of these. I didn't see a reason. She has a recover from stagger effect somewhere in her kit. I told Boone about the chicken. We shared tales. If an allied student is staggered, recover them from stagger. I swear there's something that she does that recovers her from stagger. Oh, I think it's this. I think it's panic, isn't it? I don't know. I swear I read that she had a thing that made her recover from stagger. I guess it's just fucking here. Maybe it's oh, it's the 70. It's probably the 70% thing, isn't it? Where is the 70% thing? Where is it? Oh, it's just right down here. First turn, start a new pattern. Remove all effects other than those exclusive to this unit. I don't think she has a stagger recover. I think we just fucking hit her. I think we just fucking hit her, boys. This is more nails, right? This is way more nails. I don't know if it's worth egoing at all. If we're assuming that she's going to be staggered next turn, then I mean, this would be great. But I have a feeling that she won't be staggered next turn. I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's let him have it.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
I don't know why I use execution here. She's going to remove her nails anyway. She recovers from all effects next turn. And maybe that includes stagger. I don't know. Wasn't clear. Yeah, she does recover. It's fine. We have an ego ready now. So we can use that whenever. Right, what's she do now? This unit has this effect: double the amount of HP and SP damage this unit takes from bleed and sinking. Okay, it just amplifies bleed and sinking. Does it have red coins? Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is a red coin. Clash lose, so it's very important to clash lose this. Previous types of negative effects convert all coins in the skill to unbreakable coins. This one is rough to try to block. Yeah, this BGM's great. It does not have sinking. Flick 2 flick sinking count. Okay. Yeah, God, she's fast. Holy shit. So we have to take one hit this turn, as nothing is targeting Ryoshu. Is something targeting Honglu? Yeah. Dear God, she's fucking fast. Okay, so we have to take a hit somewhere here. Or we can, I guess we can dodge trick. Try to dodge trick. Not Faust. Faust can dodge here or here. Try to dodge everything. Oh, she's dodging this as well. He's getting hit by this. I guess we just have a dodge both. Try to dodge both of those. Oh no, that doesn't work, does it? Needs to be the other way around. Yeah, we dodge into here. So we dodge there, and she tries to dodge both of those. Hopefully doesn't shit the bed. Does the best for taking the red coin still. Nessa, I'd really like him to not take that red coin. Don't think you stand a chance on either of these, do you? Too much sanity. Get a cumulus wall. Elise's brother. I can do... oh, sorry. That wasn't for me. What are we doing with this? I think Honglu might be trying to dodge it. He can't, he's too slow. Oh yeah, Honglu has to take one specific attack here, doesn't he? I forgot. Okay, this or this? I mean, it's probably this. Who was taking this before? Heath. Heath takes this instead. This is a red coin. Still leaves this. Akira's taking this. No, she's not. Never mind. Oh, we don't want to be blocking that, do we? You take this. Yeah. Ooh, you can't. Can't really. The forest is not really doing much for us right now. You can just whack the forest into there. Next turn. How do we do that? That's getting dodged. Dodge, dodge. We need to... This. Fuck. What's happened here? Yeah, that looks alright.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
아이씨, 짜증나.
Uh-oh. Wasn't great.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Uh-oh.
행진의 꽃, 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
Encore Faust's best attack, unironically, is her dodge.
이 정도까지만 억지어 줄게요.
We just absolutely rammed her sanity off that.
모불아위.
전투 테스트가 너무 많지 않냐고요?
And no protection now.
그건
전달받은 문서를 통해
Actually have
분석한
some
결과
bleed count on her.
자네들의 관심사가 거울 던전이라는 결론을 내렸기 때문이라네.
Yeah, still a solid support.
전투를 좋아한다고 판단했지.
Many years down the line.
야근이라는 말을 달고 산다고 야근을 좋아하는 건 아니잖아요.
She still does her bit.
팀장님.
She's doing her part. Don took so much damage there and somehow didn't get staggered. God bless. Hey, what is this? It looks like a very scary attack. Thrill of Inspiration. You can clash with this skill regardless of speed. Final power +1 and deal plus 10% damage for every type of negative effect on the target. Clash win, deal plus 10% damage for every type of negative effect each target. Clash lose, 75% damage, inflicts less stacks with the skill's effect. Damage to the skill does not stagger the target on hit, does not trigger sinking effects on the target. Okay. Not that complicated. Just a big version of this, really. We really want to whistle this turn. A lot of saddlery damage. We have a real lack of lust. You can clash these tenuously. Meso's probably better taking this red coin because he doesn't have a stagger bar. Ah, he's got too many debuffs to take that. Okay. Ah, no, she does too. Okay. That's 8. I think Ryoshu can dodge this. No, never mind. I can't count. Not reliably, at least. Here. You just have lenticular runs, yeah you do. You're almost certainly better off flashing like that. Mess only has 1s as well. This is our bleed count source. Arch Conductor doesn't actually hit any better than his counter does. Tricky. We could count on her sanity getting dropped. for a time that we counter. Not like totally unreasonable. She's only got ones as well. She's not going to be able to flash anything here either, is she? We could wallop her. A lot of our sanity though. I don't know where else we get the lust. We'd have to dodge. Be mouse dodging. I mean, it's fine, I guess. I guess we could raise it Desire and push our offense level down. I hate that. Oh, that hits hard. Fuck. If I actually find a way of clashing this too. And that would let us do this. Counter, counter, counter. What, mutilate that? We'll get his sanity pushed up. A bit rough though, isn't it? A little bit sketchy. Gives us the max lust resonance. Maybe that. Bit harsh on our sanity though. I think that's fine.
왕의 비율은
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이 숙구를 건드렸겠다.
환락에 삼켜지기 전에.
I love that this is such a like. I really love that this is a horrible bastardization of Snag Harpoon. I only just got Razor Desire. I never used it before. Didn't realize.
이 정도까지만 억지어 줄게요.
너, 맛, 최.
Fortunately, we couldn't get our bleed stack to stick. Almost, we were close.
바이올렛, 브레이크 슬램.
Oh no, sorry, it's still there. Oh, never mind. Great dodging from Faust this combat.
수치 좋네요. 예상했던 대로 무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
뭐 지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면 이런 기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도
Wait, is it just
이상할
Kira? Maybe it's just Kira's stacks. Oh yeah, it was just Kira's stacks. Yeah, her S3 is absolutely insane. Oh look, breaking slam. Where it's at. Right, what's this? This is looking bad for us. This is looking nefarious. What about his volley? Paradise targets have palette vibrant. This skill does not trigger defense skills. Always love to see that. It's so long. Except clashable guard. Can clash with this skill regardless of speed. Final power +1 for every negative effect on the main target. The main target has palette vibrant, so we don't use a marked target to try to clash this. Target has equipped defense skills while having palette vibrant deal minus 90% damage instead. Sure, so if they do have it, then we need to defend. Deal plus 10% damage for every negative type of enemy. Sure. Damage paralysis. Damage from skill does not stagger the target. Okay. You got it. Oh. Well, that's very convenient of you, Ira. Thank you very much. He doesn't roll super high. We're probably going to want to swing into this because it's strong. Who has... Palette vibrant. You do. It's a little awkward that that's a clashable counter, but fine. You do. Fast doesn't. Thief doesn't. Only does. She doesn't. Rishi doesn't. Fast doesn't. Thief doesn't. So we actually need to clash this. Obviously, I'm going to be able to clash this with an actual skill. We're going to have to use our ego. Have these for the forest, isn't it? Most useful residual effects. Getting whistles. It doesn't make defense skills trigger, so there's no point in like defending against this to try to stop the stacks. It's not happening. We only defend with the characters that are marked, because otherwise they take immense damage. You're marked, you're marked, you're marked. A war? I don't know, probably doesn't roll high enough. It's a very low rolling. Very, very low rolling. I don't think we need to start rolling it because she doesn't have that much health left either. Just gotta keep shopping. Keep shopping away. It should be okay. Probably. And what a cool looking attack. It's very, very brutal.
뭐 지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면 이런 기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도 이상할 테지.
Furioso at home, yeah, I guess so. We can do it with whistles. I do kind of love whistles, like, it makes using ego such a non-factor. Yes, he's dead. Definitely dead. Hey Fox, how you doing, beautiful? We have awkward targeting this time. We have 4 people who are too slow. So you're hitting nothing. You're on Heath. Whack you there for a second. Oh, Lenticular actually gets there because of the bleed on her. But that might not be there by the time we get there. That's on Hong. That's on Ish. So that means we have to take 1 attack this turn, or we do dodge shenanigans. It's on Maya, so it's on Hong. We could dodge there. It's on Faust. We could dodge there. Probably where the money's at, isn't it? Dodge on here to try to double dodge this. We have these 3 at the end you're dealing with. Or have I doubled up somewhere? Yes. No. I have. Who's... Is it you? No. Is it you? Yes. No whistles that way. Oh yeah, of course we've got to fuck with this as well. Completely forgot. I don't think this finds numbers that we need. Do this. Should still be fine. This is a sketchy ass clash. This relies on us maintaining bleed count, which is not happening. Really means to do that.
잠깐 숨 좀 돌리자.
Remember what this does? Like 10 plus 10% damage from Wrath and Envy skills. I mean. I don't think telepole has any interesting effects to add on top of it. I don't know if moving reg will actually get there. I probably will. It's a very low. No, it's actually so low rolling. Moving reg is something. It's something. I think we just go for the good old fashioned. Alright. Who's meant to be on this? Nobody. This is on Faust. Yeah, that's on Faust. Faust. Everything else relatively covered.
무슨 맛일까?
왕의 비호를 하사.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
산초류 경혈 온.
Should do a lot of damage.
끝을 낼 시간이. 쏟아내라.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
Didn't need to worry about it.
확실히 관리자의 지위가
Manage it done.
된다면
Manage it done, everyone.
승률이 상당히 높군.
Sorry, guys. What have I missed? What do you need help with? What do you need help with, Fox? What's going on? What's happened? What's happened? What happened?
가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
You hunted him. You hunted him down. No.
우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이다.
Nothing. Imagine you'd be fighting Dulcinea with this team. It would be very different, yeah. Very different experience. Why are we calm? Why are we calming down? Why are we mad? And why are we calming down? And what's wrong with Fox? What have I missed while I was concentrating on the fight? I didn't fuck it up. I didn't embarrass myself on cable TV. Mod abusing. What's not wrong with Fox? I don't know. He's a great guy. Got a nice personality. Got a great cock. Who is Fox? Who is Fox? Remember. 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 Hi, Fox. I'm trying. I don't want to start the next chapter until I see Fox. What's happened to Fox? What's happened to him? There he is. What's the matter, Fox? What's happened, mate? Put me through it. You lived. Nice. What happened? What did you do? I'm sorry, I didn't catch your messages. I was concentrating on the fight. You went to London for a bit, did he? Seems unlikely. Reem must have ordered Fox and YFC. Oof. Oof. I said he had a nice cock, not not a salmonella cock. British people and Don A. Don A. Ah. What was your reaction to that? Oh, I see. Yeah, he asked me for help. Nor is please he's dead, but he's clearly still fucking alive, isn't he? The lad's still talking, unless, you know, ghosts have progressed in the last few moments. The fault lies with you. Is what I say to the fault. That's a cute fox. Thank God foxes have 9 lives. Yeah, that's Fox Facer reveal. When is Fox saying that as his profile picture? That's how I want to imagine Fox every time. See, you're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement? I already answered that. But you'll need time under the farthest wing, at least until you can fully cultivate our movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us with a final act of defiance. It slammed it down upon the floor we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for... Hey! The shoe's on the other foot now. We're not the ones buying time. These fucking scrubbers are the ones buying time. Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette. His strings were cut. Unrealistic picture. Where the dead eyes from grinding 19 hours of Granblue Fantasy. Nah, Fox didn't quit GBF. GBF quit Fox. Like, it couldn't handle him anymore. It's like, bro, you're too intense. You need to chill out. We need some space. Dead. And here, I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we are made foes with yet another finger. The ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out there. Herr Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin, even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore, long as we're in with clock. Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to the people who used to be much stronger, like Otis and Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right, it's not like we've a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's just get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walks out through the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I'm barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. This was the flashback to you when she was explaining why she hated her, right? This was the original star, or the previous star. Why she hated Ryoshi so much. Yoshihide. Wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traverse is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Across the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky's Nurse Father Pinky Nurse Father's Azure corridor before it returns to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? Good question. A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. Shit! That's pretty long. Are they out here stating the obvious? Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. Well, no, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is fucking water, Ishmael. A bitch? As far as I'm aware, it should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rhodia. So let's... it didn't bring any snacks? It's not like we were about to walk into one of the Elcor branches or a dungeon, so... What was the -1 for? What are we -1ing here? -1 what? Fox? Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're gonna have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. There's no exit. We cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No. The sword, it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oi! Wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person who he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning. Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshi's arm. The Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other. It was clear that Ryoshi's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard? Wait it out. The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and ended one of the doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at greater risk, that of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders up right into this room. That wolf lady's left words, man. I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move. Yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us here in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remains still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Arayashiki blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshi's memories. Oh, we're really getting somewhere. Thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay. We'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark of Ryoshi's memories. Isn't that going to make everything way worse? Wait, Imika is the final review. Wait, what's going on? Why is he basing the questions off me? Wait, what have I missed here? What strand have I missed here? You talking about the quiz? Sunday quiz? DY seemed to think what would be funny, sorry. Ah, welcome back. Question. Right, Dwight. He's fuck, what's it called? Name has escaped me. He's like a cleanup crew guy. They secure things. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door with the house within the House of Spiders? Oh. Owenheim didn't fill you in. Umi or Deaky Wide compete in trivia, but they're monsters. Well, yeah, they know everything about the game. It's not really surprising. Why is that an issue? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible. Even if we had to rush our work a little. Yeah, Wayfarer Corp. Only speculating here, but quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? Tender was planning to make questions with Fox in mind. Is that a problem? I don't think I know who Tender is either. I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Just nervous. Why are you nervous? It's meant to be fun, mate. You want to see behind question? I couldn't give a fuck. It doesn't matter, does it? It's just for fun. What am I going to do? Embarrass myself? Who cares? Just fun. I'm going to enjoy it. Not even try to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask? No? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them up, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking? Yeah, don't sweat it. Don't sweat it, folks. It's not a big deal. Just for fun. Not like you don't really have anything to prove. They're just... It's fucking Jeopardy. Yo. It's Sunday, Monday for some people. It's after my stream. It's like an hour after my stream usually ends on Sunday evening or Monday morning, depending on your time zone. No, it'll be morning for you probably. Early morning, but like, oh, it's early morning for me. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well on our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict. Not if he eats your delicious pie innards first, Awkward Pie. It's a race. So he instead decided to have Reissue's memory and sword re-examined. It's okay, I got you back, Fox. I reckon that you could eat the pie faster than the pie can hunt you. Oi, Hohenheim. Results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Reissue sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff. I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way that she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub, increasingly shorter intervals. The room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Might slowing down a tad, practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. And speed up glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I'd be running from a pie that was trying to hunt me. Yeah, I probably would be too, Ariel. Yeah, fair. Here we go. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns hounding him for results, Orenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Topical. Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Gimme the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I am attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Think Yoshihide would ever use those use known acronyms straight? I was gonna say. What if it's something like sheesh, that's a full day. Unwind after work though. And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. She lies. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well, and I'll get right to it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. You recall the name of the man who works with manager Sade? Effie? I would have asked in the past tense, had it been him who I was referring to. Glad Miss Sade wasn't here for that. That kid. Right. I don't remember his name. I don't think I remember his name either. Oh, Pilot. Yeah, Pilot. Yeah, I definitely remembered that. She forgot Pilot's name? That she did. Among other miscellaneously deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she'd fed to a seagull. Fie upon it! Dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If we were going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days worth of memories, just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems that to have been impacted by the scabbard of Araya Shiki, or to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. That's so. Ryoshu looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya in Ryoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinner Ryoshu's memories are to be erased at the cost of using Araya Shiki. Sounds like I should be grateful, then. But Ryoshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look.
as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Ooh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it whenever as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. Memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking. It was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You've performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clean that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. Everyone was dead apart from Sinclair and Dante after Canty told us to draw a sheep. Oh, are we talking about Demian? Why are we talking about Demian? Ryushi remembers Demian. I wish I didn't remember Demian. Wish I could remember Pilot's name and not Demian. Fuck Demian. So have our memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's device have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing something that used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryushi said, forgotten but not lost. Clock. You've just stepped foot into the world of Sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles and scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Ryushi's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sorde and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by the new LCE hire. But with all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, it feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Heh, bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning. There isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Wait, why the fuck are you here? Are you coming with us? Between the two individuals, who were looking at rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Owenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked team leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door, and it will bring you right to an empty spot as a hallway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nods. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? Told him I had stuff to help you with. They let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring. I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye to while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. Thought I'd told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of a reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide? What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL. Did I do it right? Acronize it into L. and call me Ryo Shu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. Just like a riot. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally begin to turn. Kinda cool. Mate, please. That's too many. That's too many. What are you looking for? Bringing us closer and closer toward a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our destination, our next destination, I guess. Already had too many. I don't know. Fox set them all up. Oh, right. Where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Ha! Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Thanks, Fox. Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile, as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, and delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Love you, Fox. Downright bizarre, is it? Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante. Manager Dante. We are now en route to Incorp. So we are going there, then. After all, Incorp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with Incorp, Meso, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing! Vroom vroom! With that, the bus resumed its journey to a yet another tale. Not to a yet another tale. To yet another tale. Hey! That was awesome! That was a really good one. I enjoyed that a lot more than the Kanto. That was awesome. Yeah, that's fucking sweet. Holy moly, we actually got all the X clears. I think this is the first time ever we got all the X clears on a stage. We can't quite afford the Meso, but we can after we do a mirror dungeon. Which is up next. The Limbus fun's not over. I know. I X'd everything. It definitely made Canto, yeah, like it helped Canto 9 if anything, because like Canto 9 was very short on everything that was in this chapter. This Canto was almost purely them talking about stuff and working through things, which Canto 9 was severely lacking. Like it had pretty much no interpersonal in it. Nah, I can't be bothered, Relicolt. Exit stages is for losers. Refining boss gives 176 currency with max bonus from rings. Probably better for you to do than mirror dungeon currency. Yeah, I need the fucking shards. Basically, I need my fucking weekly shards, mate. I don't think redoing the boss stage is gonna earn me shard boxes, is it? That's the only issue. Any minor issue. Next update is actual content.
It's Kanto 9 Part 1. No, mate. It's Kanto 9 Part... Sorry, Kanto 9 Part 4. No, it's Kanto 9 Part 1. Intervallo linked content boss challenge on the roadmap. Ah, cool. Yeah, cool beans. I can use my brain. I don't know. There's some like, it's some like kind of weird boss thing. I don't know whether it'll be good. No idea. Could well be. We're probably better off taking the stage.
어떤 조직놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
I think gacha, endgame in gacha is an absolute fallacy. It's just whether or not you like the boring, repeatable content of the game or not. Which for most people is going to be boring, but for some people they will like it.
피해 산타값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠고 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 따로 점수
너무 쉽군요.
알리사가 감흥도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요. LCA나 LCD
Ricardo on Sweeping Bot Gag. We haven't seen, wow. So I guess it wasn't that long ago that we saw Ricardo. Last set of intervallos, wasn't it? Or was it the interval? No, it was the set before. No, it was last set of last set of intervallos. Just give us a sweeper.
너무 쉽군요.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네.
If you add content fast enough, the thing is you can't really add content fast enough, right? Because you can't make meaningful content as quickly as players can consume it. So it's always the only content there's ever going to be is like repeatable content. So for Limbus, that is Mirror Dungeon currently. For Wizardry, that is the grind of Wizardry. For a lot of like the open worlders, it's running about the world and doing your dailies plus tower, some kind of tower mode.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
Is Merso the only character missing a Heisho?
유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 점수해줄게. 알리사가 감흥도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
I lost track of Heishos.
산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 저 개체는 오래 버티지 못했고 알리사가 상황이면 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과이지.
Why would that be bad for me, Bellico? What would be bad for me, is that?
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
3 good ideas from Merso. Hey, I'd rather have 3 than none. Besides, they would be completely different teams. Another Heisho would be kind of good because like we already have. I mean, I only have 1 Heisho right now, but I will have 2 with the sweeping rerun. Oh yeah, that's not going to be the free unit anyway. The free unit on sweeping is Otis, Heishotis, if you will. Whatever else will be paid. Not paid. No, pulled. That is a real, like, actually. Like, that is the most actually of actuallys, MSD. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. We do not want to fight this because I just can't be bothered. It's just not happening. It's just not happening.
달아오를 틈도 없이 끝났네요.
시험해볼 기회구려.
Canto 10 capstone idea. It'll be the return of the hate shows. But that, it might genuinely be right. We oh fuck's sake.
너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
Doomsday calendar takes literally forever. Doomsday calendar. Yeah, we there's a good chance that we might see that stuff again maybe at some point, right? Because there is some surviving hate show stuff out there.
너무 쉽군요.
이 정도 오르는 너무 갈까요?
그러지. 이런 것까지 하나하나 조율하는 건 평범한 이들의 머리로는 어려울 테니.
네.
따스한 피. 그래, 눈높이를 낮춰라.
That was a great intervallo.
제대로
It both answered and asked so many questions.
개체의
A
손상도가
great job.
급격히 상승했어요.
Possibly my favorite.
따뜻한 피. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있.
신임 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
불가능한 꿈이죠. 한상치 어디
무슨 맛일까?
외워야 할 관련.
Let us talk about Sorrow. In which a streamer fights to get the most followers. That does sound really good. I could just go on YouTube to see that though. Or I could live my everyday fucking life. You know?
수치 좋네요. 예상했던 대로 무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
Like, logging on to YouTube last night to do my VOD upload and seeing immediately on the front page an Asmongold video and a Tectone video discussing the fucking Sykkuno situation. It's like, surely you guys have something fucking better to do than this. Surely you can leave this drama to people who are below you somewhere.
알리사가 가능도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
The elementary school demolisher, yeah.
수치 좋네요. 예상했던 대로 무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면 이런 기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도 이상할 테지.
이제 쓸만해져.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네.
For some, the Intervallo is better than the Canto. For me, I would say so. Love maggots. Guess we take this. I probably smoke some wires, isn't it? In Ring Rodian's Uptie story, Maestro is referred as she like in the Intervallo. Radiant's Uptie story, the Maestro is referred as she like in the Intervallo. Sorry, I'm confused.
가스 점화. 엔진 시동.
Had different goals, yeah, for sure, Capital.
개체의 상태가 조금 변했을
운이
거예요.
따라준다면 좋겠네요.
눈치채시면 바로 말씀 하시진 마시고 끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두게. 상황별로 파형을 분석해봐야겠어.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군. 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
Well, that's all our Limbus content and our Wizardry content for the next like 7 years.
목이 피었잖아.
I'm sure we'll be back for too long.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
I always do, Nick. Something people have grown to understand about me playing games. I'll always quit. It's a matter of time.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의
But I do often unquit the games as well when I pick them back up.
가족이 되기
저 개체는 오래 버티진 못하겠군.
They said they floated August for the next canto. But come on.
너 맛.
수치 좋네요.
나를 보호해라.
예상했던 대로 무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
뭐
정화.
지금까지 겪어온 사건을
Yikes, Kato's right here. Yes. I believe it.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지. 꿰뚫려라. 슛!
알리사가 감흥도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸수
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
Our electric sheep.
왕의 행진이다.
Fox has played literally everything. It blows my mind.
개체의 상태가 조금 변했을 거예요. 눈치채시면 바로 말씀 하시진 마시고 끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두게. 상황별로 파형을 분석해봐야겠어.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군. 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
신임 영웅 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
저놈을 추적해.
불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 뒤틀림 모두 외워야 할 관리법과 내성이 워낙 많잖아요.
넌 무슨 맛일까?
행진의 꽃, 이것이 서곡의 피날레다.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
무슨 맛일까?
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
맛있는 경험을 기대하지.
I mean, it is on mobile. Kinda. I guess.
개체의 상태가 조금 변했을 거예요.
Sure, why not?
눈치채시면 바로 말씀하시지 마시고
Who am I to say?
종이에 적어두세요.
행진의
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 예견해두게.
서곡의 피날레다.
상황별로 반응을 분석해봐야겠어.
피
왕의
산출값이
비율을
예상 범위를
하사한다.
벗어났는데요?
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군. 유사 실험 기록이
저놈을
있다면
추적해!
따로 전송해주게.
뚫리고. 엎드리도록.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
Why not, Bellicourt?
활용 가능성에
Why not,
대해
indeed?
고민해보게.
흐르는 쏟아내라.
개체 제압 완료. 기존 매뉴얼과는 조금 다른 방식이지만 나쁘지 않은데요?
기록해뒀다가 저희도 해보죠.
알겠어.
저 개체는 오래 버티진 못하거든요. 관리자가 상황에 맞는
이
효과적인 공격 수단을
필살의
택했으니
집념이
당연한 결과일 테지.
담겨있지. 보았나? 저건 이렇게
신인
진리해졌다.
연구원들도
우리의 확고한 승리가
저분들처럼만 해주시면
눈앞에
좋을
있다.
텐데.
봤어요? 재밌네요. 너무
불가능한
쉽군요.
꿈이죠.
따뜻한
환상체와 뒤틀림 모두 외워야 할 관리법과 내성이 워낙 많잖아요.
그래, 눈높이를 낮춰라.
수치 좋네요. 예상했던 대로
무슨
무난하게
맛일까?
끝날 것 같아요.
지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면 이런 기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도 이상할 테지.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
흐르는 피로군. 자! 너 맛. 이제 쓸만해졌고.
흙을 마실걸?
알리사가 가능도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다
You got chaos
산출값이
rings?
좋네요.
Was that a game?
에서 산출했던 비정상값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어.
A mobile game.
해양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
Powerhouse mobile game.
따스한 피. 너는 가족이 되기엔 약하고.
알리사가 가능도를
나를 보호해라.
93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상값과
무슨
다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 해양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
흙을 마실걸?
Hey, there are worse things out there than looking like trails in the sky.
따스한 피. 스며드는군.
Chaos rings.
수치 좋네요.
나를 보호해라.
예상했던 대로 무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
뭐 지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면 이런 기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도 이상할
That's
테지.
Square Enix series. 2010 to 2014 had 4 games. I've never heard of this series at all.
허레이드와 피날레.
Yeah, it looked more like Persona.
피는 확실히 빼는 편 좋지.
수치 좋네요. 예상했던
내가
대로
어버이보다
무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
뭐 지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면 이런 기초적인 테스트에서
I've heard of
난항을
most RPGs, but yeah, I've never heard of Chaos Rings.
17번째라는
Yeah, long series as well.
확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면
Yeah, it's more a testament to my
충분히
ignorance.
상관이 있군.
Yield their flesh to claim their bones. A great selection. This is fine. Oh mate, I loved Last Remnant. Last Remnant is a banger of a game.
잠깐만, 천천히.
Like Last Remnant is
개체의 상태가 조금 변했을 거예요.
It's like unofficially a saga game.
하시지 마시고 끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두게. 상황별로 파형을 분석해봐야겠어.
I'm sure God is fine. He's just away with family, right?
재밌네요.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는
운이
없어요.
따라준다면
활용
좋겠네요.
가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
따뜻한 엎드리도록.
Banging. That is my Intervallo review. It was fucking banging. Alright. One of my favorite pieces of Limbus Company content that they have put out ever. Better than most of the Cantos.
따라준다면 좋겠네요.
생각 속에 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가
Great dialogue and characterization. Really well done.
산초류 경혈 온 라샹그르. 쏟아내라.
Splendid pacing, and they made it all flow together really well as well, while covering a vast array of different topics.
서곡의 피날레다. 나는
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
기세가 수그러지는.
Extremely good dialogue. OST. Oh yeah, the OST as well. The OST was really good during that one. Yeah, that too. I almost completely forgot about that. Overall, very consistent with the world builder. I thought it was exceptional. Exceptional. And that's really saying something, because Limbus Company is pretty exceptional in itself. Yeah, really good job with this one. The combat is lacking. Well, yeah, it is, because they focused on... We had Combat Canto. We had the fucking Combat Canto. They can go fuck themselves, all those people. This is my time for Limbus Company. They've had their time. They've had their Canto 9. Fuck them. I want story!
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
ICA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비전 성값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었다.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네.
Yeah, it was a very combat light Intervallo. Probably why I liked it so much. Just a few trash fights and a boss, that's it. Limbus Company is a visual novel. You should tell stories. Combating Limbus Company isn't bad or anything, but like, it's definitely not the focus of the game, let's be real.
잠깐만, 천천히.
Thank God it isn't the focus of the game.
개체의 상태가 조금
Enough of
변했을
those out
거예요.
there.
눈치채시면 바로 말씀.
Can't wait for the Limbus open world experience.
종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두게. 상황별로 파형을 분석해봐야겠어.
The combat is cool and it's quite in depth. Yeah, the strength of the game is in its visual novel aspect, without a doubt. That's why most people play this game. It would seem. But there are a lot of like mirror dungeon heads out there as well. That's the really weird thing about mirror dungeon, right? Like, people who like mirror dungeon, it's not even really the same as the combat of the game. I'm hoping that the boss, you know, the boss thing that's coming out, that's gonna be more like the standard kind of combat of the game, without all of the mirror dungeon bells and whistles. Because I actually quite like Limbus combat. I don't really enjoy mirror dungeon combat at all. surely they won't. Yeah, surely they won't copy Genshin.
너무 쉽군요.
I imagine that if they did make something open world, which has been floated, they would probably, you know, try to make it actually Limbus Company. But who knows?
LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터.
Maybe that's why they filled Kanto 9 with hype moments and horror. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Bellico. I don't hate Kanto 9 either. I just don't want that to be. I don't want that to be Limbus Company. Like, it's very selfish, but I don't want that to be Limbus Company. I think there are lots of forms of media that do what they did in Kanto 9. It isn't really that special. Whereas I think a lot of Limbus Company's storytelling is very special. And not any forms of media really do it. They don't have the opportunity to. They don't have the. They're not in the unique position that Limbus Company is as a gacha to be able to tell this wonderful story about these recurring characters for such a long amount of time with huge amounts of character development. And then we just didn't really get any character development in Kanto 9. There wasn't anything. It was just like some guys got some power-ups. I don't think power-ups are character development really. Not that it wasn't fun. Now the Intervallo tied all of that stuff in. Well, it still didn't really tie in Future Trunks. That's just that's a mess. Future Trunks shit is actually a mess. It was kind of hype, but it is a mess. It tied in a lot of the other stuff.
단테님 봤어요?
놈 나와.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지
I did like C9 Ryoshi being a mother and her childhood. Yeah, I like that too. I just don't think it was. I don't think it was expanded very well on in the chapter. Mostly because it was kind of drowned out by all of the other shit that was going on. It was trying to address so many storylines at once because it was doing a whole like shonen like battle arc thing. So it was nice to see that touched on more in the Intervallo.
몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네.
Hello, ED.
확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
It's ED. ED. Hello, ED. The voice speaks. Yes, the deep sea. Oh, great. Whale. Oh, we could do the whale, I guess. We can go do whale. What's the worst that can happen? It's only annoying because I have to manual the second turn. We'll get blown up.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해 보게.
Kanto 9 reminded me of like when storytellers run out of things to say with their characters and they're like, right, let's just blow everything up. Make everyone pop off. Like the writers of a show had quit and they had to replace them quickly. Again, it wasn't bad. It wasn't not entertaining. It was just very different.
저놈을 추적해.
전투 테스트가 너무 많지 않냐고요?
전달받은 문서를 통해 분석한 결과 자네들의 관심사가 거울 던전이라는 결론을 내렸기 때문에
We need.
전투를 좋아한다고 판단했지.
저희가 야근이라는 말을 달고 산다고 야근을 좋아하는 건 아니잖아요.
Wait, your rose at desire is positive. Never mind, we don't need you. Take it back. G. We need. Don't have fourth match flame. Rather high roll. Oh, we need stew. Rather high rolling egos here. Ah, it's really twat.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다.
What am I playing? This is Limbus Company. It sounds scary.
제대로
We're not doing anything too heated. There's a lot of like visual novel stuff to this game. We played through one of the story chapters earlier.
파우스트가 알아요.
I've been playing this game for quite a while now. What? It's got to almost be a year. Must be getting pretty close to a year. Maybe like 10 months. It's scarier than Sims.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
Yeah, it's a pretty dark game.
확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
We can go walk after I finish with this if you want to, Edie. It is, yeah. This game has made me cry a lot. A lot. I cried literally today over this game.
끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두게. 상황별로 파일을 분석해봐야겠어.
재밌네요.
Oh yeah, Twitch has this has a forced mature thing on this, mature warning on this. I think on Limbus Company and on Wizardry. You're a low. You're low, Bellico.
저 개체는 오래 버티지 못해.
What time? When we're done, maybe like half an hour.
당연한 결과일 테지.
무슨 맛일까?
Fox is probably better at estimating my runtime through here than I am. What Fox might not be taking into account though is me getting completely sidetracked.
알겠어.
신입 연구원들도 저분들처럼만
나를 보호해라.
무슨 맛일까?
불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 디테일링 모두 외워야 할 관리법과 내성이 워낙 많잖아요.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
흐르는 피로군.
You have fun now. More entertaining as well. You do.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
Yes, Bellico. Without a doubt in my mind, if they condensed the 15 floors of Mirror Dungeon into 5 floors that were shorter with more impact, like you make as many choices, but they're more compact with less like encounters that you have to slog through. That would make the Mirror Dungeon encounter way better for me. Like, that would make me actually maybe want to do it more often.
재밌네요.
It would be better if, you know, when you increase difficulty, you go from hard, like hard is 10 levels and extreme is 15. Like, if instead of extending the levels, they just made the levels like harder or have more choices in them, that would be much better for me.
관리자의 지휘 성향을 고려하면 이제 행동 불능에 빠진 개체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
아니, 여기를 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가.
그 지표는 3개월 전 되었잖아요. 커피넷이 없대요.
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고 테스트에 집중해 주세요.
흐르는 쏟아내라.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다.
너무 쉽군요.
쉴 새는 없다.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
More packs and gears, yeah, that isn't it for me. Like, I do agree that there's a lot of like, it's the wrong kind of RNG to be enjoyable in my opinion for me in Mirror Dungeon, where you're hunting for a certain thing and you can influence your choices, but like, I'd rather it just be fun, you know, like. There isn't just one de facto build that you're hunting for every single time that you run through with certain characters. I'd rather it just be fun and there be a vast array of different things, all of which are comparable. What I would like more, though, is just not to have ego gifts at all. Like, I'd rather there be some kind of scaling that isn't ego gifts in these things. I think ego gifts are the worst part of Mirror Dungeon for me. Like, they take so much power away from the characters because they have so much power attached to them to themselves. I like the basic combat of Limbus. I actually quite enjoy it. I think it's really fun. But when you are playing Mirror Dungeon, you're not really using your characters. Like, your characters are there, but they're mostly made up of the fucking 6,000 ego gifts that you have stacked on top of them. That is like the majority of their kit. And that kind of makes it boring to me. We don't have super shop anyway. This doesn't do anything for us, does it? Yeah, indeed. The character, I mean, having a better character is definitely going to be better, but ultimately, it's more about what synergies the character has and which ego gifts they can use, right? And which sometimes, the way that ego gifts work, or they at least seem to work in Mirror Dungeon, is there are some that you always want to get because they kind of work anyway, because you can make like the whole tremor into syncing thing just kind of work from getting items that force it onto your characters. You make poise work by forwarding nebulizer onto your characters, that kind of thing.
상태가 조금 변했을 거예요.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
하시지 마시고 끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
가족이 되게
피해 산출값이 예상 범위로
The whole hunt for like all of the fragments to combine together, the level up items. I don't know. It was weird. Potential man heap. Is that the season 3 ID? I can't remember what it is. Is it Sun Shower Heath? Sunshine. It is Sunshine. Yeah.
신임 연구원
See, season 2 is it? Season 2 Sunshine Head. Close. Close.
불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 뒤틀림 모두
Oh yeah, of course it's gonna be season 2.
외워야 할 관리법
Wait, is it season 2?
워낙 많잖아요.
Yeah, it must be.
전부 쳐주게!
따스한 피. 그래, 눈높이를 낮춰라.
I hope we get another selector next year so I can take like Rodian or something. I'd really love to play with Dulcinea Rodian for obvious reasons. It complete the set of the sweet blood fiends. Very fond of Dulcinea. It was really tough choice choosing between Dulcinea Rodian and Cassetti Mare Assault. Yeah, there are loads of different packs of blood fiends. Yeah, the power, getting mirror dungeon power at the moment definitely seems to be having knowledge of ego gifts and packs, and that's fine. That's just not for me. Like, I can see why that would be for other people. It's not for me. New ring IDs. Well, I don't think they really interfere that much, to be honest. Like Rodian is more of a, seems like more of a sinking ID than a bleed ID, to be entirely honest. And Measo is not really comparable to Cassetti, like individually. So it's fine to run the ring team by all means, but like, it's not like the Blood Fiend team is bad. Different, innit? Like as I just showed on the like on the boss, where I've got a bit of a janky team. Don like just fucking wrecked that boss, like absolutely destroyed it with almost no Blood Fiend support. He just does so much damage. Yeah, you'll want to use Ring and Blood Fiends together for now anyway, probably. I think it's the same as, it's going to be the same as Blood Fiends probably. We were talking about this the other day as well, how like when they make themes in this game, generally they make it so that although you can play them all together, quite often you're better off mixing and matching. So like, I wouldn't be surprised if you just wanted to run like 2 or 3 rings, and then 2 or 3 Blood Fiends, and then 2 Korokumos. Or you could like completely lose the Korokumos, I guess, and you could run like 4 ring and 3 Blood Fiends or something like that. Do that too. It's nice that you have a bit of versatility with it, to be honest. It's just more factions that support the archetype. I don't really think it... I'm pretty negative against Limbus IDs and factions, but I don't... Because I have actual knowledge of the bleed stuff, I don't think it really hurts it that much. I think it's just good to have more options with it. Specifically the overlap. Yeah, I guess that's because like maybe they just didn't want to make the factions too powerful. That kind of helps with the choice, actually, when you think about it, Fox. Because like, if they made 2 really powerful ring IDs that were not ones that already overlap with the existing archetype, then you would be much more shoehorned into running like 4 of one and 3 of the other, because you just can. Whereas now, instead, you can still do that if you want to, but you can also run Korokumo as well on top of it. And all 3 of those factions are perfectly viable to use. You can actually you can mix and match, you can chop and change. And then there are also like bleed is so well fleshed out, because there are also optional things that you can add, like you can just squeeze into bleed as well. Like you can use Oran, what's he called, Contemptanor Ryoshi, and that ID is actually really good for bleed, like really good for bleed. And she doesn't need like a faction behind her. Such a cool ID. Yeah, I don't think it really hurts too much at all, that one particularly. Time more, I don't know which ID that is, fortunately. taking that. F corked on. Okay. It's a Blood Fiend pack, I think. I love that Fox knows everything about Granblue Fantasy. Like, in the quiz, Fox is going to know everything. I'm just going to be sitting there just looking pretty. Just making stupid comments, no doubt. Another thing to consider as well is, well, there are two more things here to consider. One is that the game isn't really that fucking hard. I don't know what else to say. Like, if you're in mirror dungeons, again, you're carried by your ego gifts anyway. If you are playing through the story, you can still do everything with base IDs. Like, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Play with whatever you enjoy. And secondly, like, Blood Fiends do have quite a lot of, like, survivability and sustain to them. So even though they might not hit the same numbers as the new sets, you do have, like, a lot of inbuilt, like, benefit in being able to stay alive through, like, passive healing and stuff through the Blood Fiends. It's quite nice. Between the trio of Maeso, Rodian, and Dawn, like, they give a lot of supplementary healing to the team, like sustain. Like a lot of shields and heals and things. Yeah, I agree, Bellicult. I agree.
개체의 상태가 조금 변했을 거예요.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And again, I think that's fine because it's a story, like it's a largely story game, right?
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
It would be nice if there was more stuff out there to kind of challenge people.
신임 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
The combat does definitely shine the most when you are not using big IDs.
단테님 봤어요?
관리법과 내성 하나 많잖아요.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
The base ID stuff was very stressful, but it was very fun. Yeah, it isn't something that I would want to continue doing forever. Mostly just because it takes up so much time. Like, doing a boss fight is like maybe locking in for 3 days trying to kill it. I hope you get some better luck soon, Fox.
개체 제압 완료. 기존 매뉴얼과는 조금 다른 방식이지만 나쁘지 않은데요.
It's because Extreme is dictated by what ego gifts you have, right? Like we were just saying. That's why it feels so same-ish.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
Death Arch is a pretty sweet person to steal from, to be fair.
가스 점화, 엔진 시동.
Yeah, if you can, that, I mean, that's the basics. That's the basics of Limbus, right? If you can clash, then you probably want to clash in most situations. If you can clash, you want to clash, and if you can't, you want to try to cheese them as much as possible.
하시진 마시고 끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두게. 상황별로 파형을 분석해봐야겠어.
필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
신임 연구원.
Nah, because you have all the good things to steal. As such.
불가능한 꿈이죠.
환상체와 뒤틀림 모두 외워야 할 관리법과 내성.
그런 식으로도 사용하는 건가? 놀랍군.
실수 아닐까요?
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
알고 있네. 그래서 놀랍다고 했지 잘했다고 난 했지 않나?
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
따스한 피. 그래, 눈높이를
피해
낮춰라.
산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군. 의사
선원들,
실험 기록에 있다면
나를
바로
보호해라.
전송해줄게.
전부 쳐죽여!
엎드리도록.
따스한 피. 스며드는군.
흙을 마실걸?
제대로 박살냈는데요?
개체의 손상도가 급격히 상승했어요. 저 개체는 오래
선원들,
버티지
나를
못하겠군요.
보호해라.
관리자가
따라준다면
상황에 맞는
좋겠네요.
효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
목이 비었잖아.
I don't want to speak too soon, but I feel quite a lot better. I have already spoken too soon 3 times, saying I feel better in previous days. I look better. I'm glad. I feel a lot better. I feel like a lot better.
쓸만해졌군. 개체 제압 완료.
We looked ass still, yeah.
과는 조금 다른 방식이지만
I feel like a lot
나쁘지
better.
않은데요?
기록해뒀다가 절도
So,
해주죠.
fingers crossed. Maybe I'll make it on time for a stream. Jesus.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를
너무 쉽군요.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
That was a rough couple of days, Ariel. That was a really rough couple of days. I'm sorry about that, by the way. Do I really want to do Sign of Raises? Yes, we can.
몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
I think we're strong enough that we just kill it. Having to worry about the bullshit. Yeah, thanks guys.
너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
I was worried about, I mean I still am
고민해보게.
worried about myself.
꿰뚫려라.
I'm glad or sorry to hear that as such, depending on your
식으로도
taste.
사용하는 건가?
너
놀랍군.
실수 아닐까요?
알고 있네. 그래서 놀랍다고 했지 잘했다고 난 했지 않나?
목이 비었잖아. 우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
환상체나 뒤틀림 중에서도
퍼레이드와
이런 타입이 제일 싫더라고요.
그래도 기록을 남기면 해결할 수 있는 부류지. 개인적으로는 단순히 개체들
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
따스한 피.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군.
It's a tough life, as such.
바로 전송해줄게.
Tough life.
단테님 봤어요?
Yeah, I don't think Mirror Dungeon needs to change. Like, there are obviously people who enjoy Mirror Dungeon. Why would they change it? To make a different mode if they want to.
이로써 더욱
알리사가 감도를 98%까지
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
산출값이 좋네요. LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를
놈 나와.
너 맛.
제대로 박살냈는데요.
개체의 손상도가 급격히 상승했어요.
흐르는 꿰뚫리고 결과단이 상처다.
이로써 더욱
팀장님,
수월하게
슬슬 다음 일정으로 넘어가지 않으면 시간이 부족할 것 같습니다.
너무 쉽군요.
벌써 시간이 그렇게 되었나?
Mutilate.
관리자,
Mutilate games.
주어진 시간이 많지 않으니 조금 서둘러주게.
저 개체는 오래 버티진 못하겠군요.
관리자가
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
Yeah, I think that would help a lot, Bellicote. The time factor is definitely a thing. For the average player, certainly. Gotta do a Reddit post. It's the only way.
왕의 행진이다.
I don't think a Reddit post is going to get you there.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
Sure. Gossipin just fucks us up.
건드렸겠다.
I don't think they deactivated it. They just changed it so that it doesn't fuck with things anymore. I'm pretty sure.
너
If they haven't already, then they're looking at it.
저 개체는 오래 버티진 못하겠군요.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다.
이 정도 오류는 너무
하사한다.
그러지. 이런 것까지 하나하나 조율하는 건 평범한 이들의 머리로는 어려울 테니.
아, 네.
넌 무슨 맛일까?
Fox is a known Reddit poster.
신임 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
따뜻한
불가능한
제대로 박살냈는데요. 이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히
Sorry, Fox, that was out of line. I apologize. You're absolutely right. I was out of line. I'm sorry, mate. That's disgusting of me. I am sorry.
가스 정화.
Please forgive me.
엔진 시동.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
가족을 위해
Why, you 3-4s? What were you trying to do?
엎드리도록.
Just trying to find fates. Hey, don't kink shame him, MSD. We don't appreciate that here. If he wants to lick his GBF, it's fine as long as Wind Lily is not on the screen. Then it's not necessarily fine.
수치 좋네요. 예상했던 대로 무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
뭐 지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면 이런 기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도 이상할 테지.
제대로 박살냈는데요.
As you said earlier, I'm not about to nod off. I feel my eyelids so heavy now.
몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네.
I still think I need
확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면
probably quite a lot of sleep.
상당히 높군.
My body must have been fucked up. The Dong Li. Suddenly he dies to counter the turn.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
대체의 상태가 조금 변했을 거예요.
Dude, this is a banger.
주시면 바로 말씀 하시지 마시고 끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두게. 상황별로 파형을 분석해봐야겠어.
Copyright, fuck. Genuinely, I am on desktop audio right now. I'll probably be alright. I could swap it over, I can't be bothered.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠고. 유사 실험 기록이 바로 전송해.
Just need to win quickly.
저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 뒤틀림 모두 외워야 할 관리법과 내성 불만 맞잖아요.
단테님 봤어요? 너무 쉽군요.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
뚫리고.
Can I beat a mirror dungeon before I get DMCA?
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 시험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
No, the cackle didn't make it.
비정상값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
다산피, 너는 가족이 되기엔 약하군.
저놈을 쇼케!
개체 지압 완료. 기존 매뉴얼과는 조금 다른 방식이지만
These Heathcliff fights were so epic when we went through them in Chapter 6.
저 개체는 오래 버티지 못하겠군요.
관리자가
Canto 6 was Canto 6 was a battle canto. Now that I'm thinking about it, Canto 6 is a real battle canto, wasn't it? But yeah, I felt a lot better about Canto 6 than Canto 9.
관리자의 지휘 성향을 고려하면 이제 행동불능에 빠진 개체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
아니, 여길 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가.
Yeah, there's a shitload of fights in the way. A lot of similarities with Canto 9 and 6. Yeah, you have a mess of fights in the middle of Canto 6.
재밌네요.
Jesus, I was almost falling asleep there for a second.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
Canto 2 had the best humor. Yeah, Canto 2 was funny. I'm gonna go walk in with Edie after we're done with this mirror dungeon. So I feel up to it. Good to get some fresh air. Get some good sleep. Maybe, just maybe, I might be able to be on stream, like, on time tomorrow. Wouldn't that be insane? Wouldn't that be truly insane? There's humor in Limbus.
이 정도 오류는 넘어갈까요?
그러지. 이런 것까지 하나하나 조율하는 건.
Oh shit, we are.
머리로는 어려울 테니.
Is this Captain Ishmael? Is the cat? Yeah, we're death maggoting over here. The good Cap has seen a few too many enemies killed. Oh, look at that! She's even targeting the right thing. Go get him, Cap. Pretty cool. The thought actually did lie with us, yeah.
수치 좋네요. 예상했던 대로 무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면
다드님 봤어요?
이런 기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도 이상할 테지.
비록은 쏟아내라.
3-4 Petra is very strong if you are fighting stuff that's too hard. That's like harder than you. She's seriously good. She has a massive uptime on like effectively immunity for your team, like dodge all for your team. If you're fighting actual hard, like really hard stuff, She's useful. Other than that, I mean, it's just a pretty generic support.
13%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터.
정화.
산출값이 좋네. LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어.
가족이 되게
양질의 데이터를 얻었고.
다음 놈 나와.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
Blow me up, baby. Blow me up, baby. I love a nice ruptured blood sac. Really gets me going. Really have an illusory hunt? I'm pretty sure we do. Oh yeah, this is owned. Perhaps there. Wonderful. Oh, it's 20 threads. We should probably do this, I guess. Is this gonna fuck us up? No. Find out. Yeah, I said you're deeply sorry. You're fine. I said it was funny.
뱃대에서 내려 전장으로.
We don't really have any. we have like bits and pieces of functional gifts here, but I haven't really made anything.
개체의 상태가 조금 변했을 거예요. 눈치채시면 바로 말씀하시지 마시고 끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두게. 상황별로 파형을 분석해봐야겠어.
We are getting high rolled to fuck here. Damn. Literally lost all of our clashes.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를
그런 식으로도 사용하는.
No, I don't have anything.
재밌네요.
실수 아닐까요?
알고 있네. 그래서 놀랍다고 했지.
놈들!
잘했다고
나를
남잖아.
정화.
별거다니 상처다.
We're getting absolutely fucked.
그래, 눈높이를 낮춰라.
목이 피었잖아.
Ishmael's sanity's still bottomed out.
전열을 지켜라. 내게 관심이 쏠렸어. 선원들.
외부 요인에
나를
의한
보호해라.
강화지만 너무 경계할
문이
필요는
따라준다면
없어요.
좋겠네요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
These guys could stop rolling heads on every coin. That'd be fantastic. Thank you, friends. You have 31 sanity. That's more reasonable for you.
맙소사.
Get him, Heath.
고려해둔 전략이 없다면
퍼레이드와
쓰러진 수감자를 지키는 게 좋을 걸세.
전략이라면요?
어쩔 수 없지. 테스트가 끝난 뒤에 고통을 호소하는 관리자의 모습을 추가로 기록할 수 있겠군.
Fuck me.
별거다니 상처다.
Live, Don, live. Those are absolutely cracked out.
고려해둔 전략이 없다면 쓰러진
퍼레이드와
수감자를 지키는 게 좋을 걸세.
피날레.
전략이라면요?
어쩔 수 없지. 테스트가 끝난 뒤에 고통을 호소하는 관리자의 모습을 추가로 기록할 수 있겠군.
알겠어.
Boyish.
전열을 지켜라. 내게
이게 이렇게 되네요.
너희가
Luminante's spring.
커지는데요?
Rubicite, sorry. It should be really soon then. If it's actually spring. It's legitimately spring.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군.
무기를 만드는
사실한 기록이 있다면 바로
내가
점수는
어머니보다
줄게.
뛰어났지.
Uh-oh. Got some issues here. Oh god. She's gonna blast the shit out of us.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
That isn't a fuck around ego. I came from Mongol.
산초류 경을 온 라샹그를
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be Mongols tonight, sorry. The Intervallo took longer than I thought it would. And I was obviously a bit late on as well. Oh god. Oh god! Oh god!
길고 긴 어둠의 성을 넣어 긴 악몽과 함께 너의 바다로
That's not great. That's not great-ish. That's not great.
원인이 뭘까요?
It's not worked out too well for us, has it? But it did do some damage to them as well, I guess.
생각지 못한 변수가 있어서
대체로 이럴 때는 여러 요인이
Is this salvageable? Maybe.
다음 테스트부터는 관리자도 신경 쓰지 않겠나.
총원 불격!
따스한 그래. 눈높이를 낮춰라. 왕의 비호.
Radiant Infection, and we can try to convince her to try it. Does sound pretty sweet.
모불아위
I got to play with Reindeer Radiant. It was fun. Reindeer Radiant's fun.
지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면 이런 기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도 이상할 테지.
Oh no. Ah!
네가 말했던 벌이 이것인가?
테스트 난도가 너무 높았던 게
I didn't pay any heed to that was going first.
아니, 방금 상황으로 얻은 데이터가 있을 테니 굳이
She had a pretty good clash anyway. But really unlucky.
쉬었다가 다시 해보게.
개체의 상태가 조금 변했을 거예요. 눈치채시면 바로 말씀하시지 마시고 끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두게. 상황별로 파형을 분석해봐야겠어.
You are in such a hole. You're gonna have such a bad time, Ish. I don't think there's anything we can have you clash either.
정화.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
Well, an emitter, yeah. Whistle and emitter, sorry.
꿰뚫려라.
저 개체는 오래 버티진 못하겠군요.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과를
건드렸겠다.
Hello, Narcois.
외부
저놈들
요인에 의한
나를
강화지만
보호해라.
너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
따뜻한
I'm actually sagging over the fact that as Narnia ended. I'm sorry to hear that, mate. Hate sagging.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요. 관리자의 지휘 성향을 고려하면 이제 행동불능에 빠진 개체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
아니, 여길 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가.
그 지표는 3개월 전 데이터잖아요. 커피넥이 없대요.
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고 테스트에 집중해 주세요.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
That's alright.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
모, 불, 아, 위.
It's good sleeping.
전투 테스트가 너무 많지 않냐고요? 그건
전달받은 문서를 통해 분석한 결과 자네들의 관심사가 거울 던전이라는 결론을 내렸기 때문이라네. 전투를 좋아한다고 판단했지.
저희가 야근이라는 말을 달고 산다고 야근을 좋아하는 건 아니잖아요, 팀장님.
가족을 위해
목이 피어 흙을 마실 걸?
따뜻한 꿰뚫고 엎드리도록.
모, 불, 아, 위.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
개체 제압 완료. 기존 매뉴얼과는 조금 다른 방식이지만 나쁘지 않은데요?
기록해뒀다가 저희도 해보죠.
전부 쳐죽여!
이 정도.
Guys, how long did you play chess in your life? Not at all. Well, like a little bit when I was younger. Never had ELO. Played in a few like youth tournaments. That's about it.
진짜 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고.
Never played chess online or anything like that. Barely remember how to play. Chess is pretty cool though.
관리자의 지휘 성향을 고려하면
내가 어버이보다
이제 행동불능에 빠진 대체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
아니, 여길 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가.
너
3개월 전
말.
대화잖아요.
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고 테스트에 집중해 주세요.
Can't win that clash.
여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로 전달받았습니다. 관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들 궁금했어요.
무슨
요즘
맛이야?
같은 시대에 여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은 몇 없거든요. 키 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠고.
쓸만해 접근.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승리
Damn
상당히
unks.
높군.
Why? Is it an unk? Are you wait? Is that an unk thing? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Everyone is incessant. It's definitely had some like in things recently. Chess. Yeah, auto chess is basically the same thing. Right, guys, let's go check out Confection. I can't finish this right now. I need to go and raid. I need to go and raid. I need to go and walk with Edie. Thank you so much for watching. Sorry I was late again today. Maybe I won't be late tomorrow. Maybe I'll be well now. Maybe I won't be sick ever again. Maybe I can operate and live my life. Maybe not. Who knows? Thank you everyone for being here. I hope you have a wonderful night. Enjoy yourselves. Thanks Fox. Thanks Ariel. Thanks Balakol. Thanks MSD. Thank you guys. Thanks Loser. Thanks Not guys. Yeah, just have a great one, guys. Thanks for being here. Much love. Take care. I'll be back tomorrow. What are we doing tomorrow? I don't know. Granblue or Mongil or both. One of those two or both of them. Take care, guys. Bye bye.